Structure was destroyed, and I'm underscoring this once again because India has made this very, very clear, the distinction between the anti-terror operation or a full-scale military operation. India has only targeted the Pakistani terror infrastructure. Prime Minister Modi monitored this entire operation through the night and has also then subsequently briefed the president. His political will lauded by his cabinet colleagues when they met at the cabinet meeting at Prime Minister's residence.
Yes, and let's first listen in now to what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had to say, and also when Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefed the press.
जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है।
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
That's his picture as a young commando, and this is Mohammad Nasir Khan now. हवलदार साहब, पहले आपकी सेवा के लिए हमारी तरफ से बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने बहुत साल बिताए फौज में। कल रात क्या हुआ था ये बताएं। आपकी परिवार ने आपने उनको यहाँ से आपने ट्रांसफ़र कर दिया है, तो क्या हुआ था?
रात को तकरीबन 1 बजे से मतलब थोड़ा फायरिंग स्टार्ट हुआ, तो उसमें थोड़ा कम आवाज़ आ रहा था। तकरीबन 2-3 बजे के बाद में बहुत फास्ट हो गया। जब फास्ट हो गया तो हम एक ही बच्चे सोए हुए थे, उनको उठा के हमने साइड में लिया और साइड में लेने के बाद में उनको सेव किया। तो मेरे बच्चों को बोला कि भाई आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ, ये जो फायरिंग हो रही है तो इससे बचाव एक ही है कि आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ। बच्चों को एक साइड में लेटा दिया और मैं भी साथ में लेट गया। उसके बाद में स्टार्ट होगी कार्रवाई। यहाँ पे पूरा जो फायरिंग उन्होंने करनी थी वो कर दी। उसके बाद में इसमें आगे लगा एक गोला, एक इस पीछे कैंप में, उसका फ्लैक्शन पीछे आया। ये पूछा पूरा मतलब इसको पुश किया उसने, पूरा मकान हिल गया। ये नीचे से एकदम हिला, तो हमने सोचा ये सब इसी के ऊपर पड़ गया, लेकिन बाहर निकल के देखा तो बाहर लगा था और अंदर ये इसका ये पूरा टूट फूट जितनी भी थी अंदर आ गई थी।
A very strong, unprecedented message being sent across to Pakistan after two important terror centers in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province have been targeted by India. And Maria, from the name of this operation, Operation Sindoor, to those two women officers from the Air Force and Army, a very strong message and symbolism attached to that as well. In the studio with us, Mr. Vikas Swaroop, former Foreign Secretary, who in fact, possibly one of the best person to decode what is happening at this moment. So thank you for speaking to NDTV. Let me start by asking you, what do you make of the military and the diplomatic offensive that India has launched on Pakistan? A very strong message across the border has been sent.
Yes, thank you, Ankit. I think Operation Sindoor was designed to send a very clear message to Pakistan. Terrorism has consequences.
Yes.
These were precision strikes on the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. These were not strikes against the state of Pakistan or against the people of Pakistan. Of course, the kinetic action was preceded by scores of diplomatic actions that India had taken. The most serious among them, of course, was the suspension, the keeping in abeyance of the Indus Waters Treaty, which had survived 3 wars, 1965, 1971, 1999. And the fact that this time Prime Minister Modi felt that Pakistan had crossed a certain threshold and they needed to be taught a very, very strong lesson meant that for the first time ever in history, we suspended the Indus Waters Treaty. Then, of course, the downgrading of the diplomatic strength of the 2 high commissions from 55 to 30, the expulsion of the military component of the high commissions, all those were there. But more importantly, I think India took into confidence our key allies and partners before the strikes, and after the strikes also, we have kept all the important world capitals briefed about what our intent was, what our objective was, what we have achieved, and most importantly, that we do not see this as escalatory in nature.
Yes. Ambassador Swaroop, India has reiterated that it was non-escalatory in nature. That is the intent with which these terror strikes were, India carried out these strikes, military strikes inside Pakistan and in POK. That entire composition of the press briefing, you had the Foreign Secretary brief the press along with 2 officers, women officers. Then the Foreign Secretary also briefing soon after the 22nd terror attack which happened in Pahalgam. The presence of Foreign Secretary is a message going to the world.
Oh, absolutely. That he's a chief diplomatic officer and he's directly, in front of the media explaining the rationale, the objectives of our strike, of the operation. And the fact, as you rightly mentioned, these 2 women officers,
yes,
one from the Army, one from the Air Force, and the symbolism attached to their names. Because, a key component of what the Foreign Secretary said was that the Pahalgam attacks were meant also to spread communal discord in India.
That's right.
And I think the message that we gave, that all of India is united, that we do not look at people of Kashmir with suspicion, that they are also an inalienable part of India, they are as Indian as you and I are. I think that is a very important message that was underscored by the press briefing and by the symbolism around that press briefing.
You have External Affairs Minister, Ankit, just one question. Speak to the France Foreign Minister. You have External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar brief his counterpart also in Germany, also in Japan. So this constant briefing with his counterparts is continuing even as India would be looking at more support from multiple nations. What now in terms of the diplomatic planning?
You see, Pakistan always uses these incidents as a means to internationalize the Kashmir dispute.
Yes.
Whenever this has happened, whether it was post-Uri or post-Pulwama, post-Pathankot, whatever it is, Pakistan always tries to exploit these to promote the narrative that, these are 2 nuclear-armed neighbors who are now at a nuclear flashpoint on Kashmir, and unless you intervene, the whole region will go up in flames. So I think that is the reason why we have been very careful in terms of briefing all the permanent and non-permanent members of the Security Council and all the key allies and partners that we have. And as you have seen, there has been universal support for India in the sense there is no country which now has any tolerance for terrorism.
Absolutely.
Especially if you look at the response of the Gulf states, from Saudi Arabia, from UAE, from Qatar. I think it's very, very significant. And then the Security Council, let's not forget, Pakistan is presently a non-permanent member of the Security Council.
Yes.
And look at the statement that the Security Council put out on the 25th of April, that there can be no justification for any kind of terrorism. India deserves to bring the perpetrators of the Pahalgam massacre to justice.
Our colleagues are also joining us. I just have one quick question to you, sir, before, in fact, we bring our colleagues in, because right from the dead of the night, as soon as it happened, my colleague Shiv Arur, who is on the ground in Srinagar, has been reporting. He has now gone to the forward areas where, a lot of, we are seeing the retaliation from Pakistan, which of course is appropriately being handled and responded to by India. Gurpreet also joining us from a, border district. But Mr. Swaroop, before I let you go, sir, my last question to you, are you picking up some signs that, possibly there would be international pressure on Pakistan not to escalate? Because number one, the most important thing is, if Pakistan does take the escalation ladder on the kinetic front, Pakistan then justifies the operation of these terror and the terrorists on its soil, because India has only hit out at terrorists, not on the Pakistani installations.
Absolutely, Ankit. I would say this: India does not want escalation. Pakistan cannot afford escalation. If you look at the Pakistani economy, it's in shambles. It's on life support thanks to an IMF stabilization packet of $7 billion. Their agriculture is in distress right now. And I think even the civil-military relations have crumbled, quite a bit in Pakistan. And that is why, in fact, some people have suggested that General Asim Munir was compelled to launch this kind of an operation just to shore up the sagging popularity of the Pakistan military in Pakistan. My sense is that, these things, Pakistan cannot afford long drawn-out military escalation with India. So to the extent that Pakistan now de-escalates, they are already claiming that, they have downed some planes, etc. Well, let them claim that Pyrrhic victory and let them now de-escalate, because my sense is that neither country wants a full-blown war at this point in time.
Absolutely.
All right, Vikas Swaroop, really appreciate your time here in the NDTV studios. Let's bring in Shiv Arur and Gurpreet, who are joining us from Ground Zero. Shiv Arur, and I can see Ishika also joining us from outside South Block. That's where a series of meetings have been held earlier in the afternoon. Shiv, coming to you, where exactly are you? And, is the shelling continuing along the LOC?
We're here in the Kalgi Ramgi village of line of control Uri, right outside a house in the middle of this village that has extensively been shelled. As you can see in these pictures, we're the first to actually report from here because it's very difficult to actually get here. It's quite a marooned village. You need to trek for about half an hour to get to this point. But this is a house that I'm standing in front of and reporting that had 35 people inside it, including 14 children, many of them small, who had a miraculous escape because this house actually had the presence of mind and the wherewithal really to build a bunker in their basement. So 35 people actually stuffed themselves into a tiny little bunker after 2 a.m. this morning and therefore were saved. They've all fled from this village. There's hardly anyone left over here. And there are many houses, neighboring houses also, that have been similarly damaged. This is, in fact, Ankit and Maria, the third village that we are seeing in the Uri sector alone, that has suffered extensive damage of this kind. We're also told that shelling could start again tonight because it continued till about noon today, and that's why there's a huge amount of fear right now, a lot of anger as well, because many of the people who can't leave from this village say, where will we go? Where can we actually go? This particular house had some resources, and the 35 people have gotten into 2 tempo travelers and fled towards Baramulla. But the other people in this village, they're just wondering when the next shell lands, what are they going to do? Look at this house. It's completely damaged. Nobody can live in it. It's impossible to get back here. And the family, we're told, doesn't even know what they're going to do, where to pick up the pieces, and where to actually begin. So this is what's happening here at the line of control in Uri.
Me, engage you further a little bit, because, where you are at this moment, and let me tell our viewers, NDTV is the only channel reporting from the worst hit areas of the Pakistani retaliation as we see. And Shiv, you've covered this. We have seen this many times. While India very specifically goes after terror targets, and if, like in 1971, it was only military targets, Pakistani army does not make those distinctions. It is our civilian areas which are facing the brunt with medium and heavy artillery guns from the Pakistani side.
this is, you know, you couldn't think of a more family home than this one, Ankit and Maria. Let me just show you some images that will, you know, prove that. Children's shoes still here on this shoe rack, full of debris, everything smashed. It's a very typically Kashmiri house. Follow me in here, I'll show you something more. Look at this very, very poignant little thing lying on the ground. You know, a little boy's, you know, public school ID card just lying on the floor. Where this child is with his family, they've fled from here, you know, too scared to be here at this time. You know, a very typical Kashmiri sitting room, like a common room for guests. This is what the condition is. Completely smashed. Imagine a house that held 35 people, full of laughter, full of fun, or, you know, all of them going to school, the parents working, 4 different families living jointly like a joint family. And they've had to flee from here because of what happened. The damage you see in this house happened in a flash. It was a couple of shells that landed on the house. We've been asked not to go upstairs because the entire roof is creaking and therefore it could, you know, completely collapse. But this is what Pakistan has done. What you're saying is absolutely right. India, as part of Operation Sindoor, had targeted terrorists and terrorist infrastructure. Pakistan in return, and this is the 3rd village, let me remind you, that I'm reporting from in just the last couple of hours, where Pakistan has directly targeted civilian settlements and civilian villages. And let me tell you, this can be no mistake, because these are sophisticated weapons. Artillery and mortar are sophisticated weapons that can be guided, and they've chosen to hit these villages right here on the line of control.
Shiv, we can, yes, certainly. I mean, civilians being targeted and the manner in which they have been targeted, and Shiv getting us all the details from that, in fact, dilapidated, destroyed home now, a home which had 30 people once upon a time, a happy family, which had little kids roaming around with their school badges being now thrown on the ground. That is what the civilian story is.
And our heart goes out to these people.
Absolutely.
I mean,
we do not know where they are.
This is the cost of the war that everybody has to pay, and it's Pakistan's treachery once again. I mean, you conduct terror strikes inside our country, kill innocent people, and then, of course, again target you know, civilians when retribution comes Pakistan's way. Maria.
Yes, we have Gurpreet now joining us from Firozpur, one of the border districts in Punjab. You know, Gurpreet, we have seen some mock drills being carried out in all 259 districts. That's what the scale of these mock drills were. What's happening in Firozpur? What are the people saying on ground? Are they, is there a sense of calm, or are there some unease as well?
Well, we have seen Punjab is a border state, and specifically they have this international porous border here in the district of Firozpur, Gurdaspur and Pathankot. What we have seen since the strike had been taken place by the Indian government, we have seen this is on high alert. They have taken a multiple action on the ground. We have seen in district Gurdaspur, they have already shut down the schools for 3 days. Similarly in Pathankot, and we have seen in district Firozpur, they have already shut down a school for 1 day. Multiple mock drills are already underway, where we have seen these civil administration officials. They are also guiding the people how they are going to deal with this situation if a war-like situation is going to be come up in the coming days. At the same time, if you can talk about the spirits of these people from Firozpur, they are having high spirit. They say they are with the nation, and they have also appreciated the action which has been taken by the Indian government against terrorists. They say it's the right time to hit them very hard, because we have seen multiple times anti-India activities had been seen from across the border, and this is the time to teach them lesson. But as of now, if we can talk about this district Firozpur, we have seen the multiple precautions have been taken by the civil administration. They are also conducting these mock drills, and what we have learned at about 9 to 9:30 there will be blackout, so that the people should be aware of this process which they have to follow in the coming day if there is any emergency situation which is going to be arise in this specifically border area. So as of now, if we can talk about the people who are present here, they seems to be very calm. They seems to be with nation. They say this action was the need of the hour, and we appreciated the way the Indian government has already carried out this strike on the hideouts of the hideouts of these terrorists that was required. So we have to wait and watch what will be the next and how the things will be unfolded in the coming days. But as of now, we have seen, we had a word with the SSP Firozpur also. He was saying we have been appealing to people that there is everything is under control, and if there is any emergency, we are ready to combat and grapple with the emergency. Back to studio.
Ishika as well, who was reporting from outside South Block. That's where a series of meetings were held. Remember, Prime Minister Modi briefed President of India, Draupadi Murmu. There was a briefing which was carried out also by, Prime Minister briefed his cabinet colleagues as well. There was a meeting chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah with chief ministers of all border states participating in that. So there is a sense of preparedness as far as India is concerned. What is happening right now in South Block? Ishika will give us the details. Ishika.
Well, Maria, just a while ago, in fact, the UNSC members, Security Council members, permanent and non-permanent members, they were in fact called and they were briefed up, regarding the Operation Sindoor that was conducted by the government, government of India today. And in fact, they briefed the nations as to how that this, the entire retaliation that was done by India was done on credible intel, and how, 26 missile strikes were done by India on 9 terror camps, and also emphasizing this fact that these camps were in fact the hub rather of the terrorist organization, if you talk about Lashkar-e-Toiba or if you talk about Jaish-e-Mohammed, and no civilians in fact were harmed in this entire strike. Now also going on to say to the members here that India is not looking for any escalation. This was rather a retaliation that was done by India because of the zero tolerance, towards terrorism. And we have just seen the statement also that has come from Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister of India, making it very, very clear that the stand of India is that they have only targeted those who have in fact killed civilians in Kashmir in India. Also, if we talk about the Foreign Minister, S. Jaishankar, he has spoken, to countries like France, Spain, Russia as well, Germany as well, thanked them for the support that they have been giving to India, and also again and again emphasizing that India has a zero tolerance policy towards terrorism. So if you look at it, certainly the nations have been briefed regarding all of, the footages as to how India only, struck on the terrorist
All right,
camps.
Ishika and
also,
Gurpreet, thank
an
you so
attempt
much
to
for joining
get,
us.
all of
Ambassador
these
Vikas Sarup
nations-
summing it up quite well here when he says that India doesn't want escalation and Pakistan cannot afford escalation at this point. And joining Ankit and me at this point is Lieutenant General Arun Sahni, former GOC in Indian Army. We also have Major General Jan Cardozo joining us.
Right. Let me very quickly first go across to Lieutenant General Sahani. Sir, I want to, start by asking you, because everybody, the only question that people have in their mind at this moment is what happens from here on? Are we going to see, or are you worried that there could be a next level of escalation? What is that next level of escalation, and how are we prepared for that?
I think if you give me a quick look, firstly, I think the Indian Armed Forces did an absolutely brilliant, managed to get surprise and managed to select and hit targets, which ensures that the escalation doesn't take place, because we haven't hit any military target. We've only targeted terror, but this time the nerve center of the targets of these terrorists, their nerve centers have been sorted out. The most important issue that really comes to light now is that will there be a reaction? Yes, I think for the public, we are already seeing on the social media with the false narrative that they are trying to build up in the psychological domain of having downed certain aircrafts of ours, having carried out certain amount of retaliatory action, which seems to be getting reported from Reuters and from BBC. That's what I saw on the net, which is available to us. So it seems he's trying to sort of cater for his homegrown people, that there will be, that we have taken necessary action in retaliation to what the Indian Armed Forces have done. But I think more importantly, I think in due course, we should be very clear that we would be, the likely threat would remain of standoff weapons as far as they're concerned. They've already upped the ante on the borders. When you look at it today, from small arms, they've gone into artillery fire. So that itself is an escalation because the ranges that they're connecting, the kind of TNT that they're being able to throw across, and I saw some footage which you showed about the damaged houses of the civilian villages that have happened there. So I think what we could look at with the kind of support they're getting from Turkey, from China, and with their own capabilities, which are quite limited,
Right.
you would see, I would say, drones, loiter munitions, which might come up in the tactical space, which they would try and hit us. So I think our counter UAV measures and our capacity to cater to ensure that our vulnerabilities and sensitivities are well protected along the border areas within a belt of about 30 to 40 kilometers is carried out. And of course, subsequently, I don't, in my opinion, as I think the former Foreign Secretary is very beautifully summed up, I don't think they have the capacity or the appetite
Right.
to make a war, but they have to do a face saving. So we might see certain amount of reaction
Absolutely.
to that case.
They need a face-saving exit. Let me very quickly bring in Shiv. He has to, in fact, and it also is getting dark there. The area where he is at this moment is quite active. He has to change locations as well. Shiv, very quickly, because you've been also been reporting on the complexity of this entire operation which India undertook, the kind of weapons which were used, and the way, in fact, we were able to send across a message, especially when we talk about Bawalpur and Mudri, in Pakistan. At this moment, how are the security forces, our forces, preparing to deal with any eventuality with Pakistan? Also, just tell us a little bit more about the weapons that India used.
Ankit, as far as face saving goes, and I completely agree with our guest that, Pakistan needs to be seen to, at least for its domestic audience, having done something as far as India is concerned. It has no appetite for war. The country is flat broke, but it obviously still has money for firing mortars like this one. This is the remnants of an actual Pakistani mortar that I'm holding in my hand here at the Kalgi Ramgi village that has smashed into this house and torn a huge hole, right in the into this house. Just look at the thickness of this wall, Ankit, and I will answer your question about the weapons. These are, twin-layered, bouldered wall has been smashed open, and the people inside are gone from here. Complete decimation of this particular house by a Pakistani mortar. And I just want to say that this was in response to India targeting terror sites in Pakistan. Pakistan has responded by firing these at civilian villages like this one. The Indian Army, the Indian Air Force used sophisticated weapons for the first time in anger, including the Scalp cruise missiles, the Hammer advanced standoff precision-guided bombs, as well as some loitering munitions. Like we've been reporting, and we were the first to put this out earlier today, you and me, Ankit, was that this was a tri-service operation. Now, as it gets dark over here at the line of control in Uri, one of the most active zones in the line of control that has seen extensive damage to civilian homes and villages, the villagers here are all living in fear. They believe that shelling will start as soon as the sun has set. It's going to be a hot night tonight. Pakistan, which has escalated on the line of control, which is, just a few kilometers behind me, are likely to do something else tonight. So India's guard is fully up. We've already seen the damage along the line of control in different areas, from Kupwara to here in the Uri sector, but especially in Rajouri, Poonch, where there have been several casualties. So we will continue to report that from these front lines.
We are
All
hoping
right,
that,
Shiv, stay safe.
Exactly, that the
Stay
villagers
safe.
there and Shiv, all of you stay safe. It's going to be a difficult night on the LOC, and we are hoping that no further damage, in fact, is done to the civilians and our armed forces.
We also have Major General Jan Cardozo joining us. Major General, really appreciate your patience here. This is for the first time that India has put out footage of the visual evidence of how it has struck, the reason and the significance of each and every target, the 9 targets which have been chosen by India. When we look at that video evidence, it is critical because, post Uri and post Pulwama, that video evidence was not there, and that had led the world, and also domestic, questions arise whether it was carried out at all.
Yes, what do you want me to say, man? What's the question?
Yes. So the significance of the video evidence, sir.
See, the issue is this. Whereas India had targeted terrorist locations, Pakistan has got no terrorist locations to attack. And therefore, it is attacking innocent villages, which is sad and sorry. But the question is this. Is there going to be any escalation? Because the Pakistani civilian officers have said that we would not like to escalate this any further. So as far as that is concerned, India should now consider their offer to not escalate. So whether we escalate or don't escalate is an issue, because we have to understand that war is not something which is good for either India or Pakistan. 28 civilians were killed at Pahalgam. We have taken reprisals. We have done what has to be done, what had to be done, and Pakistan has got the message. The message is, what Pakistan starts, India will finish. And that message has gone home. Now the question is, do we want to take this further? As far as escalation on the war front is concerned, I think we need to have a second thought about this. But as far as the other issues are concerned, that is the Indus Water Treaty, the line of control, etc., we should keep on carrying on with what we have said and not step back in those areas.
All right, we have Vikas Sarup also here in the studio, continues to be with us. Vikas Sarup, India doesn't want escalation. Pakistan cannot afford escalation. You have perhaps given us a headline of sorts. But going ahead, in the next 24 to 48 hours, what should India be prepared for?
I think India has to be prepared for every and any eventuality. And I think the fact that we are having these civil defense drills across 244 districts of India means that we are ramping up our preparedness. We are ready for any eventuality. The Indian armed forces are ready to give a befitting response to any Pakistan misadventure. So I think Pakistan better beware. If they go on the escalation ladder, then India will also be forced to go on that same ladder. I think neither country would want that. My sense is the civilian leadership in Pakistan definitely would not want it. Can the army even afford this? My sense is it will not, because even in Balakot, if you remember, they were forced to return our downed pilot eventually because they wanted to de-escalate at that point in time. So I hope saner voices, saner heads will prevail in Pakistan, and they will treat this as a closed chapter, and both countries can go on with the normal business.
Absolutely, because make no mistake about one thing, ladies and gentlemen.
The cost of war.
The cost of war.
Exactly.
And India has... We have done what needed to be done at that point of time. There had to be a retribution. There had to be some cost that has to be extracted from Pakistan, a message being sent. But now the ball is in Pakistan's court. How they want to play on from here, it all depends on the Pakistani army and the civilian establishment. Not only they will again expose themselves as backing the terrorists who have been targeted by the Indian precision strikes, they would also will have to pay a very heavy price if the escalation on the kinetic ladder goes up from here. We'll take a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Our discussions will continue. This is the big story that we have been tracking. India's precision strike in Pakistan, Operation Sindoor. A message has been sent.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far हो या near, सब कुछ दिखे clear.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics.
Terror training camps and logistical networks inside Pakistan and in POK have been destroyed by India in the Operation Sindoor, which was carried out. Sindoor, the significance of that word cannot be missed. It stands for vermilion, something that is associated with, closely identified with Indian culture and Indian brides. Remember, what happened and what played out on 22nd was also young brides separated from their spouses, young mothers separated from their husbands, and then children witnessing their fathers being killed point blank by terrorists. In fact, soon after the military strikes by India, we have been speaking to the families of victims. What does it mean for them? Let's listen in, because the significance of the day and the symbolism of Operation Sindoor cannot be missed.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड व्हेन ही हैड जॉइंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री. ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री. ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री, एंड दिस ऑपरेशन सिग्निफाइज हिज स्पिरिट दैट देयर विल टेररिज्म, hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है, और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं, इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए.
उसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है. मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है, एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल.
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें, और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके. पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के.
थैंक्स फॉर देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुंह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है. और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा सतर्क रहे, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमारा हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे, तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा। मोदी जी अभी ये जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ।
From women leading the briefing when it happened at 11 a.m. earlier today, it was the anti-terror operation Sindoor which stands for that honoring of women, those women who were widowed after terrorists killed their men in Pahalgam on 22nd. That is what this entire operation stands for. And Ankit, we have
Lieutenant General Arun Sahani, but very quickly before, like you were speaking about the women, the terrorists backed by Pakistan chose Indian women whose husbands were isolated and killed in front of them to send across a message. Remember those words that terrorists use, go tell Modi that we have done this. And today the country saw two women delivering the message back to Pakistan. If you could do this, our armed forces have the strength, the resolve and the capacity to give you and your terror infrastructure a deadly blow. Lieutenant General Arun Sahani, if I may bring you in, sir, at this moment, it is going to be a difficult night, isn't it, sir? Yes. Because the expectation already is that at least for their domestic audience, Pakistan would want to show something that they have retaliated against India. Also, do you feel that this, after hitting Murid Ke, Bahawalpur, this is deterrence enough? We have done something which we have not done since 1971.
I think, I think what you talked about, deterrence, I think that's the most important thing. The first point is that both from the political leadership and from the citizens of this country, this preparedness to take the last bullet, that is in case there is a war, they are willing to stand by the country, face these hardships that would naturally flow, both in the economic and in their normal daily lives, was the first step of deterrence, to show that India will go the whole hog in case you continue with this kind of an activity. So I think the first step of deterrence has been set by the fact that we have targeted the nerve centers of these terrorists. The country has shown a resolve that we will be ready to face the hardships. We would be willing to go to war, even if it is detrimental for the country and for the people. We'll have more casualties. But henceforth, I'm sorry, we are not going to accept any such nonsense from you. But how do you now maintain this deterrence? And that's where the challenge will remain with India. Hereafter, my feeling is that these one-off attacks does create and give the necessary messaging for continued signaling. Every time there is a terrorist attack in India, we have to be prepared to actually take literally, as they say, blood for blood. If they fire on us, kill a terrorist attack which is traced back to Pakistan, which actually doesn't require too much of a ingenuity to really work out, then I think there needs to be a reciprocal punishment. So the sustained pressure and action by India in the tactical operational plane, while you're doing the other two actions on the economic front of taking them to FATF, looking at the World Bank to sort of reassess its support which it is providing on the financial side to them, the Indus Water Treaty, getting our dams as of now dredged, ensuring that the canals are done, the standing and the projects which have been held in abeyance thanks to Pakistan's, false propaganda and claims in the World Bank. I think we now need to ensure that all happens now. So I think this continued pressure will ensure there is deterrence, keep the kinetic options open to hit at a suitable target every time there is some such action done by them, and that would actually enhance your deterrence. And I think this whole operation is the first stage of proving that there is deterrence, and India is willing to take the last step if it is required.
All right, Lieutenant General Arun Sahani, really appreciate your time. As tension continues to simmer along the line of control, the message certainly is what will be the long-term impact of Operation Sindoor? Will it be actually a deterrent, or will it spark future confrontation between the two nations. A quick break, and then we get you details of all the mock drills which has been carried out across 259 districts in India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Let me tell you about the ex-post of the day, which has come from Home Minister Amit Shah, who has, after the Balakot strike, said, "Proud of our armed forces. Operation Sindoor is Bharat's response to brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam."
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our continuous coverage right from the time when India chose the moment to strike against Pakistani terror network, the very headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed Lashkar-e-Toiba. Remember, it also happened in the backdrop of the country already preparing for any eventuality. And today was the day when it was chosen that these mock drills are only going to send a message of preparation so that in any eventuality, the country doesn't see any panic. Take a look at these reports which have been filed by our colleagues from across the country.
After the Ministry of Home Affairs briefed the state governments to conduct mock drills to check the preparedness of citizens and the civil defense here in Bengaluru, right outside the Fire and Emergency Services headquarters, you're looking at the teams conducting a mock drill of a rescue operation, going in an inflated boat to a small island, rescuing an injured person, and by the banks you're looking at multiple civil defense personnel using a stretcher to get this injured person from the boat towards an ambulance as soon as possible. This is once again, mind you viewers, a mock drill, especially in the light of the recent attacks that India have carried out on terror bases in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Such drills, of course, become very important. Over the course of the next 7 days or more, there will be multiple mock drills that will try and prepare the police, the civil defense, the fire personnel and any security personnel to really be prepared for any sort of eventuality. Air raid sirens, of course, are going to be blaring in different parts of Bengaluru, Karwar, Raichur, Mysuru and Mandya over the next few days. There's also going to be other forms of rescue operations in different places. Now here you can also see, of course, another boat that is also making its way here. That's once again emulating another rescue from a nearby island. They too will, of course, come in here towards the banks, where another team of the civil defense personnel with a stretcher will try and emulate another rescue operation. So this is an extensive mock drill that's being carried out. More importantly, we should note that, like I said, it's not just this particular form of rescue, but other rescue as well, which which we related over the next few days to ensure preparedness of the police, preparedness of the civil defense, and more importantly of the citizens alike to respond to any sort of emergency situation that could come by, especially considering the fact that now it is a very active and volatile situation with Pakistan after India, of course, carried out those precision strikes in different parts of, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan in itself. With video journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
Part of the nationwide mock drill, there are mock drills being organized by the civil defense in Assam in 15 districts. Here is one mock drill being organized for the civil defense volunteers in Guwahati at the premises of the 10th Assam Police Battalion, and the siren of a air raid has been blown, and now the civil defense volunteers are showing what the civilians will have to do. Here the school children have been also brought with their parents to make them aware of what they should do in case of a air raid, and what kind of sirens will be played, and what they should do, and how the rescue operations will take place. You can see there simulations are being done of a air raid. In the similar fashion, in 15 districts of Assam, this mock drill operation known as Operation Abhyas has been launched, and the primary objective of this operation is to make the common people aware of the SOPs that has to be followed, the SOPs that people will follow in case there is a air raid, in case of an air raid operation, and also to ready the first responders like the civil defense volunteers, the police forces, the NDRF, the medical teams who would, after the raid is over, conduct a simulation for search and rescue operation, as well as operation in terms of fire in a building, and also they will construct a temporary hospital. So this kind of drills would continue for coming 5 to 6 days across different districts of Assam with other parts of the country. In Guwahati, with cameraman Sanjay Chakravarti, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been
India destroys 9 terror camps located in multiple locations, 4 in Pakistan and 5 in POK. Rajnath Singh says, struck those who killed innocents. He salutes forces.
Big night for India as it carries out precision strikes in Pakistan. Operation Abhyas also now underway in the country. Evacuations, blackout, mock drills continue.
Prime Minister Modi chairs the Cabinet and also the Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs. He has been monitoring all the details of Operation Sindoor through the night. His Cabinet colleagues lauded his political will.
To send across a message of unity, Centre calls for an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. on Thursday. Government to brief the opposition on Operation Sindoor.
Ministry of External Affairs briefs UNSC members on Operation Sindoor. Multiple nations come out in support of India, say India had the right to ensure that Pahalgam is avenged and victims given justice. "24 missile strikes, and India has struck at 9 nerve centers of terrorism inside Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Multiple videos have been released by India showing our armed forces striking terror camps, and these were camps linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, which have been destroyed and targeted. This is for the first time that India has released visuals of targets decimated under Operation Sindoor, which was meant to avenge deadly April 22nd attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam.
In India's history of anti-terror operations on Pakistan, at least Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan, this is possibly the deepest India has struck Pakistani terror operations, or at least the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. The strikes began at the dead of the night and were carried out for about 25 minutes from 1:05 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. No Pakistani military installation, and this is very, very important, no Pakistani military installation or civilian infrastructure or even economic installations and infrastructure was destroyed or targeted by India. India has underscored its efforts to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitored this entire operation, ladies and gentlemen, through the night. Later, he also briefed the President of India. His political will was lauded by his cabinet colleagues. Now, all eyes on Pakistan, on how this plays out from here on.
And Rajnath Singh has spoken out. He has praised the Indian Armed Forces. Let's listen in, and also to Foreign Secretary who briefed the media.
जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है।
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं। इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान ना पहुंचे।
And joining me now on this special broadcast, in fact joining Ankit and me at this special broadcast, is Nazir Masoodi. He has been tracking all the developments from ground zero in Jammu and Kashmir. We also have Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of Navy Staff. I'm coming to you, Nazir, first. Nazir, where you are, there is this sense it's an uneasy calm as the sun sets. There is this sense also that perhaps the shelling could begin, and Pakistan could resort to what has been, a visual which came in through the day of regular targeting of civilians.
Well, after seeing the plight of people living near the line of control, everybody is really disturbed here in Kashmir, but they happened this night. And everybody hopes that it, it will be the end of this confrontation. The way Pakistan targeted innocent civilians, civilian population, be it Tangdar, where you see besides residential houses, there's massive destruction of the shops and business establishments. So people are losing their home, becoming homeless, and they're becoming jobless, losing their livelihood as well. And the worst hit is Poonch, where 10 civilians have been killed. Around 40 are injured. Houses, business establishments, religious places have been targeted. So on one hand, India says it has only targeted terror, installations or terror sites and did not attack any military installation or civilian population. But on the other side, we could see from Pakistan, it was heavy pounding artillery on the civilian areas and the defense establishments also. So it is going to be a very, very night, which may be long one, because at around 1 last night, we could hear sirens, we could hear massive air activity in Srinagar and other parts of the valley. And then what followed was heavy artillery people have not seen for a long, long time. People have gone back to the bunkers, and administration has today taken so many people to these community bunkers and the schools to safer areas. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held emergency meeting with the DCs, our border districts. So did the Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor. Both had common things to ensure that people are taken to safety. There are no loss of lives, and also those who have been affected are given first, relief, some sort of relief and food and shelter to save their lives. Universities have postponed their exams till 10th of this month, and Srinagar Airport, there would not be any civilian flights till 10th of this month. So even the Hajj flights have been, cancelled from Srinagar. A large number of people who are going for the pilgrimage, their pilgrimage has also been affected because of fear of Pakistani shelling and missile attacks.
Nazir, it's been a very, very long, difficult day for people on the line of control and the international border, where the artillery action is taking place from the Pakistani side, responded by India. Remember, on NDTV, we are trying to bring you all authentic information. It's been 15 hours of continuous coverage here on the broadcast. Let me very quickly go across to Admiral Arun Prakash. Sir, thank you for speaking to us. I want to start by asking you at this moment, all eyes, not only of the people in our country, but also across the globe, is on what happens from here on. We had the right to respond. Pakistan also claims that they would possibly also engage in some sort of escalation. What do you expect going on from here, the scenario, sir?
Well, this was something that the nation had been expecting for a long time, and the Prime Minister has lived up to his promise of visiting retribution and punishment on the perpetrators of the barbaric attack that took place in Pahalgam on 22nd of last month. Now, this is a message to those who conducted or the terror organizations who are behind this cross-border terrorism. But it is also a message to those who train, support, and finance these organizations, which is the Pakistan Army and the intelligence services of Pakistan, otherwise known as the Pak Deep State. This is actually a message for them that we have carried out a punishing series of attacks on these camps and so on. But the message is for them that stop this kind of activity in the future. So having undertaken attacks on 9 of these terror sites with pinpoint accuracy, ensuring that only the perpetrators are punished and no military targets have been aimed at, nor any civilian casualties have taken place. Now, having done that, the ball is in Pakistan's court. Either it takes the message that India is trying to send, that this should be the end of cross-border terror activities financed, encouraged by the Pakistani deep state, or the options are still open. India can continue to hammer Pakistan with further strikes. The ball is in Pakistan's court. Either it accepts this message, or it is up to them to decide what they want to do next.
Yes.
And of course, escalation is a possibility for which we must be prepared. I'm sure we are prepared for the next step, whatever it may be.
Admiral Prakash, you know, India has gone ahead. In fact, I would say armed forces have gone ahead and destroyed hubs of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. They have been the proxies which have been involved in attacks, multiple attacks, which have been carried out on Indian soil. In terms of our capabilities, the military precision with which it has been carried out, what are you sensing? I mean, how significant it is, and also if you can give us a sense of the artillery and the weapons that were used.
Well, artillery, etc., is on the line of control, as we've just heard from your representative in Kashmir. But the attacks which were carried out on the 9 targets, from what one learns from the media, have been carried out by fighter-borne, aircraft-borne guided missiles. And it speaks very well of the capability of the Indian Air Force that we have weapons which can be launched from within Indian territory, which have the range to attack targets deep inside Pakistan, not just in POK, but also deep in Pakistan. They have the range and they have the accuracy to destroy these targets with pinpoint accuracy without much collateral damage. So it speaks volumes for the capability and the planning and the efficiency of our forces.
Sir, can I, before I let you go, can I very quickly specifically ask you a question about the naval preparations as far as the scenario which is playing out? Though at this moment we know that we are facing the artillery attack from Pakistan, some sort of retaliation on the LOC and the international border. Air Force, of course, has conducted these strikes inside Pakistan, the missile strikes. The Navy would also play a very important role in deterrence for whatever Pakistan's plans are from here on.
Well, one expects that there is a strategy in place, and that strategy is a calibrated, stepwise. So step 1 has been taken. Now we have to wait for how Pakistan respond, whether they acknowledge the message that we are trying to send to them or they try to retaliate. So this will be a calibrated and graduated response on the ladder of escalation. The Navy has a role to play depending on what the government of India wants to do. The Navy has a role to play. It can contribute to the kinetic attack. I mean, the Navy has long-range land attack missiles, it has aircraft and so on. It can contribute in the kinetic attack. The Navy can also play a part on the economic front by trying to strangulate Pakistan's trade, economy, trade, energy, etc., which is Pakistan has a small coast and a few ports, and it is entirely dependent, almost entirely dependent on seaborne imports. So the Navy can certainly interfere with their traffic, seaborne traffic, and bring tremendous economic pressure on Pakistan to further reinforce the message that the government is trying to send across to Pakistan.
All right, Admiral Prakash, really appreciate your time here on NDTV, and joining us now is the Lieutenant General Subrata Saha and also Tilak Devashir, who is the author of Pakistan Quoting the Abyss. He's joining us, and a member of National Security Advisory Board. He is. I'm going to come to you, Lieutenant General Subrata Saha here. The armed forces used precision weapons from deep within the Indian territory. So they were very much on our side. They really did not cross the line of control or international border. The arsenal included air-launched Scalp cruise missiles, hammer precision guided bombs, and loitering munition. The choice of weapons, sir, the choice of missiles, how do you look at it? The message is clear that there was a lot of planning which had gone into it, and calibrated surveillance which was ensured that when it comes to the target, they were identified and then destroyed.
See, first of all, I think it's important to go back to the press release at 1:44 a.m. Last night. If you read the message, it gives out very categorically that we have, as you've highlighted yourself, made a very focused, measured, non-escalatory strikes at the terrorist infrastructure. And it goes on to state that military targets have not been targeted. Military installations have not been targeted. So in fact, in that message is a message for the Pakistani establishment that should you choose to escalate, next will be your military installations. So if you see, the whole exercise has been done utilizing very precise munitions so that minimum, collateral damage, precision attacks on terrorist infrastructure, and reserve the right to escalate as per your design, as per your strategy, i.e., keep control on the escalation ladder. What has not been stated in the press release is the fact that should you choose to escalate further, next will be the attacks on your economic targets. And given the state of Pakistan, if India chooses to strike at the economic targets, it is going to be disastrous. So therefore, the broader strategy is quite clear on how it is, the whole thing is possibly going to pan out, and it is for the analysts to read and understand how this whole operation is evolving. Now look at the way Pakistan is responding. A, you strike at innocent civilians in Pahalgam, and now again you're striking at innocent civilians along the line of control. Of course, the government has announced mock drills across the country. I think equally important is the fact that Pakistan will now try to activate some sleeper cells that they have, across the length and breadth of our country. So I think it is important through your medium to sort of, tell all our countrymen, tell all our fellow countrymen to be very, very careful, because in all such scenarios, actually the first responder is the citizen on the ground who are first, should they watch and find anything which is suspicious. And every agency, whether it is the beat policeman, whether it's the, state police, central agencies, everybody has a role to play. And so there is a requirement of being extremely cautious as we go along, because Pakistan and its agencies, we are quite, we should be cognizant of the fact that they are quite capable of, going to any depths to try and strike back. But then on the larger scheme of things, I think we have to be prepared, especially in the next 24 to 48 hours, to get a kind of military response, which may be coming in the zone of of military installations.
Absolutely.
Unless some friends of Pakistan insert some sanity in the minds of their leadership, particularly the Pakistani chief, who has gone completely berserk. You heard his speech.
Absolutely, and sir, we have seen how India has also, made that diplomatic offensive, have spoken out, reached out to other countries. Hopefully, many of them, as the Secretary of State of the United States has said, that he has also spoken to the Pakistani establishment, drilling some sense in them. But Tilak Deveshwar, sir, I just want to understand from you, because you understand Pakistan very, very well. You've written extensively about it. If Pakistan chooses to take the escalation ladder, it's very clearly India has only targeted the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. Pakistan would also risk as being seen backing these terrorists actively across the globe. I mean, it's not that they're civilian or military installations which have been hit, but the terror infrastructure, the headquarters in Pakistan, which at this moment has faced the brunt of Indian attack.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. You see, Pakistan has a dilemma. India targeted terror training camps in Pakistan. There are no equivalent terror training camps in India. Right? So what does Pakistan target? Either civilians or they target military installations. Now, Pakistan will have to react, and I think they will react within 24 to 36 hours, because they have to show to their own people that there is equivalence, that if India does something, they can go to hit India back. But that's where, as I mentioned, the dilemma. What do they target? And if they make a mistake, and if they target either civilians or military, then the retaliation and the escalation from India will be much more severe than what it has happened in the first round. So I think the next 24 to 36 hours are going to be very, very critical, unless, of course, Pakistan does a very foolish thing by targeting one of the dams, not realizing that the water will flow into Pakistan and won't flow back into India, or what they did in Balakot, that you drop your munitions in a deserted area, claim equivalence, and then the whole crisis draws down. Now, I can't second guess what Pakistan is going to do, but the fact that they will do something is definite. Next 24 to 36 hours, they will react, and let's wait and watch how they react. I think India is prepared. The Indian armed forces are absolutely prepared for whatever Pakistan can throw at us.
Okay, since you're saying that they will react, so perhaps Lieutenant General Subrata Saha will be able to decode that, that for us. Today was also the day of mock drills which were carried out throughout the country, Lieutenant General Saha. So there is a sense of preparedness. Home Minister Amit Shah has also chaired a meeting which included chief ministers of all border states in attendance. So the messaging is in terms of preparations, India has to be prepared. Along those districts particularly which are along the LOC, the schools were shut today, educational institutions shut. But India has been saying clearly that no Pakistani military installations were directly targeted. India has made that distinction between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression as well. Do you think Pakistan can continue to be an aggressor even now, given the kind of international pressure it is facing?
You see, if there is sane leadership, your statement is true. But if we are seeing the behavior of the chief of the Pakistan Army particularly, and I was referring exactly to his speech which he was making to the non-resident Pakistani, I have not come across any speech by previous Pakistan Army chief, including President Musharraf, a speech of that kind. So unless, there is some kind of a sanity prevailing in the system through some good sense coming in via friends of Pakistan, or don't be surprised if some sane corps commander supported by other elements within Pakistan take over from this fellow, which is, you cannot rule that out because Pakistan is a very fractured polity as we speak today. Don't rule out anything. Then you might see a change. But if this insanity continues, don't be surprised if the retaliation comes. And that's exactly what I think Tilak is also pointing out, and I also pointed out. We should be expecting a response because even Shahbaz Sharif, in the wee hours of the morning today, in his first reaction, where he admits to 5 sites having been, attacked, he says we will retaliate. Of course, later in the day, the defense minister seems to be climbing down from the high and hot horse of a couple of days before and talking about climbing down.
Yes.
The point is, there is that urge to retaliate both in the political leadership and of course the Pakistan Army chief. So it is reasonable to expect some kind of an insane kind of a response.
Yes.
So that's exactly what we are talking about.
And I think what Pakistan Army Chief will decide will go as far as Pakistan is concerned. He's the most important person when it comes to deciding all these matters, not the civilian leadership. But Mr. Devesh, let me very quickly take one response from you. Like we've been speaking about, yes, of course, Pakistan Army would want to use this once again to whip up some support for itself, which was dwindling. Attacks in Baluchistan on the Pakistani army, demoralizing them as well. But one question that a lot of people are asking, can Pakistan even afford it? Yes. On the line of control, we are seeing intense bombardment from Pakistani side using the artillery guns. But beyond that, how much can Pakistan afford? It's already in doldrums as far as economy is concerned. How much can Pakistan extend this?
That's a very good question. I don't have a definite answer, but I think circumstantial evidence would suggest that even this mobilization that Pakistan has done, moving troops from Peshawar and from Quetta, they do not have the wherewithal to sustain. Earlier, they could sustain a war for 14 or 15 days in 65 and in 71. I don't think so. They have that capacity today. Take the case of fuel, POL. I was shocked to read that 14% of Pakistan's petrol and diesel is actually smuggled from Iran. In about 3,000 oil tankers every day, about 5 to 6 million liters of petrol and diesel is smuggled from Iran. Now, this is if your war fighting capability is dependent on smuggled fuel, how much do you think they are going to be able to sustain a long, a war of duration of even more than a week? So I think they are very vulnerable. And typically Pakistan, typically Punjabi Pakistan, it's all bluff and bluster, talking about nuclear. You see, there's no other country in the world, and nobody in India certainly talks about nuclear weapons as war-fighting weapons. People just use it as a deterrence and keep quiet about it. Pakistan is the only country which sways, like even the defense minister said, that if we are threatened, we will make sure that the world ceases to exist. I mean, this is a red flag to the rest of the world. So coming back to your question, I think Pakistan does not have the wherewithal and the capacity to sustain a war or even a serious exchange with India for more than 4 days to a week.
Very important that
Point being
distinction,
made there.
in fact, and that is something that would have been factored in, I'm sure, while we planned this operation, and of course, while we are waiting to see if Pakistan chooses to escalate. The ball is in their court. What they do now will define how Pakistan's future is defined from here on, Maria.
Yes, that's right. And thank you for joining us on this broadcast, Tilak Devashar and Lieutenant General Subrata Saha. My colleague Shivarur has been reporting from Ground Zero, and he has sent the special report from Uri, from one of the homes which have been destroyed by this constant artillery shelling which is happening along the LOC.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. The images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. It is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, इधर आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर. हाँ जी.
4 लोग.
4 लोग.
4
कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है. रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं, मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे।
2 बजे?
2 बजे सोए होते हैं।
हाँ। आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ।
अच्छा।
हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे।
हाँ।
2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए।
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While Operation Sindoor was India's spear going across the border, hitting out at the Pakistani terror establishment, there is another operation which is going across the country, Operation Abhyas, getting the country ready for any eventuality. Today was the big day of the mock drill across 259 districts in the country. We have been seeing reports of how these demonstrations are helping civilians to do their part and stay not only just united but also prepare for anything that Pakistan possibly would like to serve on the Indian side.
Carried out. Multiple guidelines had already been given by the central government to state government so that they will be able to prepare the people for the war if it goes to happen, and we can see that how this mock drill is being carried out at Firozpur. So these are the pictures and visuals at the moment there was a siren, how these people are trying to tackle with the situation at this point of time. So these are the guidelines which has already been issued. I'll request my Vijay to show these pictures. We have seen emergency ambulance has already been deployed, so that if there is any emergency, immediately the local administration, and that is the also on the second line of defense, they will be able to grapple and deal with the situation immediately. So today we have seen this mock drill which is being carried out in this border area of district of Firozpur at this point of time, and we have seen how they are being trained by the officers here. So once again I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from ground, that how the officer, they are guiding the civilians also, the people who are also participating and who are also standing in the second line of defense, that once there is the siren is going to start, how they are going to deal with the situation. So all these pictures are telling that in Punjab and specifically in district Firozpur, the people are being guided by the local administration so that they will be able to deal the situation.
And joining us now is Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Congress MP and also former diplomat who has served at the United Nations. Dr. Tharoor, I appreciate your time. India has woken up to Operation Sindoor. The question that arises now is, what can we expect the world, and how do we expect, and in terms of the world reaction, because the very name of this operation is very, very emotive in nature. It is Sindoor, that word vermilion, which is very, ingrained in the Indian culture.
That's right, and it was a reminder of the newlywed girl mourning her husband while they were on honeymoon, and he was shot dead in front of her. It's a real reminder of what this is all about. I must say that the action was absolutely the right thing to do. I would say that India has conducted itself with a tremendous amount of thought, calculation, and calibration. The message it has sent is, number one, to the Pakistani terrorists, there will be a price to pay for terror. But number two, it's pointed out really to the world that we have done everything in such a way that we are not putting a foot on the escalatory ladder. We attacked them at night when there were no civilians likely to be about, so there would be no collateral damage. 1:30 in the morning is not when people are wandering around the streets. We hit facilities that have served as terror infrastructure, but we were not there to kill civilians, unlike the terrorists. We also made it a point to very carefully ensure that we did not strike Pakistani military facilities or government facilities, not because we believe the military has nothing to do. On the contrary, we believe the military was very, very much behind training, guiding, equipping, financing, and directing these terrorists. But nonetheless, to show that we are not interested in seeing this or portraying this as the opening salvo in a protracted war, we are just trying to do what is necessary to avenge the death of 26 innocent civilians. Now, this was basically the very pragmatic approach, and I believe that if you survey the international reactions, Maria, that have come so far, that there is some understanding. 3 countries, France, Russia, and Israel, have explicitly expressed some understanding for India's right to defend itself against terrorism. Other countries have been muted in their language. Everyone has called for de-escalation, restraint, and so on, which is fine, because we are not interested in escalation.
Absolutely.
The Chinese, who are Pakistan's quote-unquote all-weather friend, and who might have been expected to back Pakistan more directly, have actually said that both India and Pakistan are our neighbors, and we don't want to see fighting and conflict between them. We want to recommend diplomacy and negotiation and calm and so on, which is, again, constructive language. So if I were to draw a conclusion from all of this, Maria, it would be that I believe the world as a whole does not want to see war and will be counseling restraint to Pakistan. Remember, the ball is in Pakistan's court. If they take an escalatory step, we are ready and we will respond. I have no doubt about that. But at the same time, if these countries counsel Pakistan, that after all, India had a right to respond. India has responded thoughtfully and in a limited manner.
Yes.
Pakistan has shelled across the LOC and killed 10 of our civilians. They claim to have shot down a couple of jets. We have no confirmation of that. If they have, then they could certainly be allowed to say that honor is more than satisfied, and they should then calm down. That is certainly my view, that's what the international community is likely to be saying to them.
But
if hotheads in Pakistan behave differently, well, then they've got a response coming.
But Mr. Sarur, let me ask you this then. This is the expectation. I mean, any sane country would, of course, be advising Pakistan not to step on that escalatory ladder at this moment. But the fact remains that there is a reason why Pahalgam took place. There was a red line that was crossed. At this moment, it is also being seen as the Pakistani army, and specifically the Pakistani army chief, the kind of warmongering that we have seen from their side, only trying to strengthen their position, and hence all these advices may not at this moment work on Pakistan. Do you actually believe, given the way the country is placed at this moment, that Pakistan will back down?
No, look, I had argued already, and I'm sure that there's not much disagreement on this, that one of the motives behind this attack was certainly that the army was in a difficult position. It was increasingly unpopular in Pakistan. They have locked up their most popular leader, Imran Khan. The economy was stagnating. And this would have been a useful diversion from their own domestic woes. Plus, it would give the army an opportunity to once again portray itself as a savior of the nation. I think that was definitely a factor in their thinking. But remember that India has demonstrated a certain level of resolution, a certain amount of courage and resolve, which would have sent a strong message back there. The military cannot act alone. They need international backing, they need equipment, they need weaponry, they need finance. Currently, they need fuel as well, not all of which I believe they have an unlimited quantity. So that if Pakistan were to make the mistake of escalation, and India were to respond in kind, you have to ask yourself which country is more likely to be able to sustain a longer conflict. I don't believe the answer is Pakistan. I think that the Pakistanis ultimately will run out of steam before India does. And that's why I'm not sure that saner minds will counsel the Pakistanis to try the escalation route. But in any case, our armed forces are on alert. Our paramilitary have had their leaves cancelled. We're all going through mock drills. The country is ready and on alert. As far as I'm concerned, the message to Pakistan is, we don't want war. You don't need to go there. But if you do, you're going to get it. And I think that's the right message to send.
Dr. Tharoor, I want you to wear a former diplomat's hat now and explain to us in terms of the reaction which has come in from the Security Council. They have, called for restraint, and in any context of military escalation which we are seeing between India and Pakistan, there could be some kind of consultations as well. Are you sensing that play out, or are you of the opinion that UNSC has lost its steam and its relevance?
No, frankly, what the Security Council says is exactly what you would expect the Security Council to say. I mean, the honest truth of the matter is that we're looking at a situation where restraint needs to be exercised only by Pakistan because India is already restrained. We're not going to do anything more. Our signal is very clear. This is a one-off. We've done our recording stopped. It's over from our point of view. So who is supposed to be restrained? It is them. It is the Pakistanis. And so the call for restraint is fine with us. I don't see a problem with that. In any case, Maria, the next stage, the next step, what happens next, the ball is very much in Pakistan's court. We are ready, but I don't think we're going to initiate anything more. I'd be very surprised if there was any initiated action by India tonight.
Dr. Tharoor, in terms of the domestic reaction, we have seen the entire political class stand in unison, back the security forces, the armed forces. The messaging is that the Indian polity doesn't want to give mixed signals. It doesn't want to be seen to be divided at this juncture. Do you think it's essential to send that message?
Absolutely. And I think I'm very glad my own party was the first off the block in speaking for the nation and talking about national unity and saying we stand solidly behind the government and the armed forces. I think that's the right message to send. I hope all parties will do exactly that, because right now, this is the need of the hour. There can always be time later for discussions and debates about merits of this and that. Right now, while the nation is still on alert, we have to stand around the flag, and we do, all of us.
Zarur, also there are a couple of, few different things that took place in this operation that possibly did not in the other strikes that India had carried out post, Pulwama attacks as well. And then when we conducted the Balakot strikes, number one, of course, even within the domestic audience at that point of time, there were a lot of people questioning about, how these strikes were conducted, whether there were video evidence, so on and so forth. This time, those video evidences have been released by the armed forces in their briefing. And the other big distinction also is the government, reaching out to the opposition before the attacks and also now calling for an all-party meeting. Sir, how significant is that?
I think that's a very, very good message. Honestly, I'm very much in favor of the government trying to take the entire nation along with it. This is a national issue. It's not about any particular party, whether in power or in the opposition. It affects every one of us. And I must say, that the manner in which our signaling today to Pakistan and to the international community took place was very well done. The briefing this morning, for example, conducted by the Foreign Secretary, who was himself a Kashmiri Pandit, flanked by 2 women officers, which was a wonderful gesture, one of whom is a Muslim, to demonstrate this is not a Hindu-Muslim issue, as some Pakistanis are trying to portray. General Munir talks about the impossibility of Hindus and Muslims living together. We were demonstrating we're not only united, we are India against terror. We are India against the Pakistanis' evil machinations. We are not divided within ourselves. What a wonderful message to send. I'm proud of that.
Dr. Tharoor, just taking that thought ahead, what Ankit has just spoken about in terms of video evidence, all the significance of each and every target, the 9 targets which have been destroyed by India, and the point that has been explained in details of how it was struck, the video evidence, do you think it actually silences all the critics and those who questioned whether there were attacks carried out, in fact, strikes carried out by India post-Uri and post-Pulwama?
I mean, silencing critics, and so I don't think we have too many critics at the moment at home. I think that in any case, what was important here was that what we have done has been done well, professionally, in a calibrated and calculated manner, and thanks to the video evidence, it has been seen to be done. But at the same time, as I said earlier, we're not here to kill people. We are there to convey very clearly that we are hitting terrorist infrastructure. That's all we've done. We've done so at night when no one's about. All of these things, I think, are part of the messaging, Maria, and that's what we've done. As far as I'm concerned, the fact that we have presented this to the nation and to the world is fine. Now, as you know, the Pakistanis are claiming that they have knocked down a couple of our planes. We have to await any confirmation or denial from the government of India. That still hasn't come across. But as far as everything else is concerned, any other criticisms or whatever you're talking about, the time for all of those discussions is not now. Whatever accountability, whatever inquiry the government needs to do in its own interest, it will do, it should do. But right now, we should all stand behind our armed forces. That's very simply the message of every party, every patriotic Indian today.
Dr. Shashi Tharoor, I think that is the right note on which this discussion should end. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
on NDTV. In fact, Shivarur has been reporting from LOC, and he has been reporting through the night.
And as we've been talking about, and on NDTV for the last 16 hours, we have continuously been reporting on this story. But like we've been emphasizing, ladies and gentlemen, while India chose to hit at terror targets in Pakistan, look at the retaliation, and this will tell you exactly what Pakistan Army is all about. Take a look at this report of how civilians are being bothered, are being troubled by the artillery shelling
and
of
becoming
Pakistan.
Homeless.
We're here in the Kalgi Ramgi village of line of control Uri, right outside a house in the middle of this village that has extensively been shelled. As you can see in these pictures, we're the first to actually report from here because it's very difficult to actually get here. It's quite a marooned village. You need to trek for about half an hour to get to this point. But this is a house that I'm standing in front of and reporting that had 35 people inside it, including 14 children, many of them small, who had a miraculous escape because this house actually had the presence of mind and the wherewithal really to build a bunker in their basement. So 35 people actually stuffed themselves into a tiny little bunker after 2 a.m. this morning and therefore were saved. They've all fled from this village. There's hardly anyone left over here. And there are many houses, neighboring houses also that have been similarly damaged. This is in fact, Ankit and Maria, the third village that we are seeing in the Uri sector alone, that has suffered extensive damage of this kind. We're also told that shelling could start again tonight because it continued till about noon today, and that's why there's a huge amount of fear right now, a lot of anger as well, because many of the people who can't leave from this village say, where will we go? Where can we actually go? This particular house had some resources and the 35 people have gotten into 2 tempo travelers and fled towards Baramulla. But the other people in this village, they're just wondering when the next shell lands, what are they going to do? Look at this house. It's completely damaged. Nobody can live in it. It's impossible to get back here. And the family, we're told, doesn't even know what they're going to do, where to pick up the pieces and where to actually begin. So this is what's happening here at the line of control in Uri. This is, you couldn't think of a more family home than this one, Ankit and Maria. Let me just show you some images that will, prove that. Children's shoes still here on this shoe rack, full of debris, everything smashed. It's a very typically Kashmiri house. Follow me in here, I'll show you something more. Look at this very, very poignant little thing lying on the ground. A little boy's, public school ID card just lying on the floor. Where this child is with his family, they've fled from here, too scared to be here at this time. A very typical Kashmiri sitting room, like a common room for guests. This is what the condition is. Completely smashed. Imagine a house that held 35 people, full of laughter, full of fun, all of them going to school, the parents working, 4 different families living jointly like a joint family. And they've had to flee from here because of what happened. The damage you see in this house happened in a flash. It was a couple of shells that landed on the house. We've been asked not to go upstairs because the entire roof is creaking and therefore it could, completely collapse. But this is what Pakistan has done. What you're saying is absolutely right. India, as part of Operation Sindoor, had targeted terrorists and terrorist infrastructure. Pakistan in return, and this is the third village, let me remind you, that I'm reporting from in just the last couple of hours, where Pakistan has directly targeted civilian settlements and civilian villages. And let me tell you, this can be no mistake because these are sophisticated weapons. Artillery and mortar are sophisticated weapons that can be guided, and they've chosen to hit these villages right here on the line of control.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution.
A day of history for India, as 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attacks, India attacked multiple terror sites in POK and in Pakistan, in many ways avenging the victims of Pahalgam terror and imposing on Pakistan a new red line for its state sponsorship of terrorism. It's called Operation Sindoor, and we've been breaking every aspect of it since early this morning. But for the last 6 hours, I've been here at the line of control in the Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir, where things have escalated in a very, very troubling manner, because Pakistan, not happy with using terrorists to target innocents in Pahalgam, has now responded to Operation Sindoor by targeting civilians in villages close to the line of control. I spent time in villages where shells fell during the early hours after Operation Sindoor to see the fear and loathing among civilians who live there on the front lines, to see shells and mortars falling and destroy their livelihoods every few years. Take a look at this special ground report from Line of Control Uri. As the sun begins to set on Line of Control in Uri sector, we've come to village Kalgi Ramgi. This is the house that belonged to a joint family of about 35 people, 4 families of 35 people. And there were 2 more families of neighbors who were visiting and actually staying with them once the shelling actually started after Operation Sindoor. And I just want to take you inside, first of all, on the outside to show you this entire house, very typically built Kashmiri house, has been completely destroyed. You can see from the outside that the metal bars, the concrete, all in pieces because of the Pakistani mortars or shells. And now let me just venture a little bit inside to show you the damage. Just rubble, complete damage everywhere. This is the very typical sitting room or common room with carpets. Look at what it looks like right now. Completely smashed. Dust, glass pieces, concrete pieces and debris absolutely everywhere. There's a school ID, a public school ID card over here on the floor as well, probably belonging to one of the children. That's also on the floor, a very awful and horrifying image that. And this house is filled with them. Just take a look at this. Just take a look at the utter damage you see in every frame. This is the main living room of the house. The kitchen is also completely destroyed. This would have been the dining room, completely smashed into pieces. All the furniture, everything absolutely rubble right now. We've been advised not to go upstairs because apparently the roof superstructure is creaking and may fall at any moment. Some people had tried to go in a little earlier and they realized that, that it was not safe to do that, and therefore they've been barred from going upstairs. But the miraculous thing about this house in village Kalgi Ramgi in near LOC Uri is that all 35 people in the house managed to escape with some minor injuries, because this is one of the rare villages in this house that actually contains, that has a few bunkers beneath them. But I want to talk to some residents who have chosen to remain in the village at this point of time. This entire family that whose house you're looking at in this report, they've gotten out of here, they've run away from here, but we found a few villagers who've decided to stay because they don't have a choice. Sir, आप इसी गांव के हैं, क्या हुआ था कल रात को?
कल रात को ऐसा हुआ सर कि 2-2:30 बजे के आसपास में शीलिंग स्टार्ट होगी, तो यहाँ पे जितने भी ये घर हैं, यहाँ पे 2-2:30 बजे के बाद जब ये फायरिंग हुई तो हम घर छोड़ के भाग गए। उसके बाद हमारा ये छोटा जैसा यहाँ पे बैंकर बनाया था, हम लोगों ने खुद ही बनाया है इसको। इस बैंकर को कोई इतनी फैसिलिटी नहीं है, ये हम अपने जेब से इसको थोड़ा बहुत ही बनाया था। जी सर, दिखाएंगे। वो हमने खुद बनाया था सर। वो बनाने के बाद जब ये इसमें 30-35 बंदे थे यहाँ पे, ये चार फैमिली यहाँ पे ज्वाइंट है। उसके बाद यहाँ पे 1-2 घर और भी आए थे, वो यहीं पे थे। जब जिस वक्त ये शीलिंग
बाहर से भी आए थे क्योंकि इस घर में बंकर था, तो सुरक्षा के लिए।
हाँ बिल्कुल, इसमें 2 घर और बाहर से आए थे इस बंकर के अंदर सर। यहाँ पे हम
just look at this tiny little bunker entrance. Okay, it's a small little place. Okay, you can see children's shoes still inside, a little bit of a carpet, some pillows. I cannot imagine. 35 लोग इसमें आए थे।
35 लोग, हम एक दूसरे के ऊपर बैठे थे।
So this tiny little bunker saved the lives of 35 people. Since they already are in the line of fire, they are aware of when they need to rush to the bunker. 2 fortunate families who happened to be here because this family had a bunker, obviously were able to prevail upon this family to also take them in, and that's the reason why their lives are saved. You know, once again, we've been showing you through our ground reports through today the telltale signs of what a mortar or a shell impact looks like. Look at the, look at the telltale fragging of metal because of the shards of the mortar and shells that actually land. This is all that's left of this particular house. Where these people have gone, when they will return, is not known just yet. But even this house, this neighboring house here, you can see the damage is extensive there. One doesn't know whether the people there were able to make it out, but thankfully no casualties in this part of the Kalgi Ramgi village. That is actually a small barn where there were goats. Many of the goats, we were told, were injured and they've been taken and shifted to another place. So innocent lives of villagers, non-combatants, people who have nothing to do with Pakistan, directly and deliberately in the line of fire. And perhaps the most worryingly damaged house is this one that we found again on LOC Uri. Just take a look at the corner of this house that's been absolutely ripped open like butter, like by a Pakistani shell or a mortar. Now, you can see the wall, it's double layered boulder stone, and it's been just completely neatly ripped open by a mortar that landed here. Again, miraculous escape for the residents here. Just look at the damage on the inside. The boulders have come washing in. There were people sleeping here apparently, and they managed to get out with just some injuries.
अब जहाँ जब शीलिंग हो रही थी हम बाहर नहीं निकले कि हम लोग इधर बॉर्डर पर रहने वाले, हमने तो पहले भी देखे थे जी, तो इसलिए जानकारी थी थोड़ी। हमने कितने लोग रहते थे इस घर में? इस घर में 4 लोग रहते थे।
अच्छा, कहाँ गए हैं?
भागे बारामूला चले गए उधर रिश्तेदारों
See, I have the privilege of wearing a bulletproof jacket and a helmet right now. These villagers obviously don't even have a bunker, and that's one of the reasons why being here feels so ironic. As a journalist, I get to leave from here, in a couple of hours after reporting their stories, but they are here unprotected in the line of fire, a few kilometers from the line of control, and this is what can actually happen to their homes. If a mortar can do this to a double bouldered, thick, reinforced wall, imagine what it could do to a human body. That's the scary part.
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी हमें कोई ऐसी जवाबदारी नहीं थी, ना कोई गाड़ी, ना कोई इंतजाम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से नहीं थी। यहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट को भी चाहिए कि हमारा कोई जानकारी करनी।
And all of these people also complain about how there are no bunkers. Only one of the houses in this entire village actually has a bunker. The rest of them actually don't. So it's kind of scary that they need to continue to live. And as the sun sets here in this particular village on LOC Uri, they're just wondering when the shelling is going to start again.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are two houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These two houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured, 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a shell, a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, idhar aaiye. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे, कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग, एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक।
हाँ। और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है, रात के 2 बजे का मसला है, तो उससे ये घायल हो गए। तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं, मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे। 2 बजे सोए होते हैं।
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ। हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे हैं, 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए, उधर इधर लगे भागने, क्या करते भाग।
सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं, नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का।
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे।
आपने सुना ये जब ये
हुआ था? बहुत आवाज सुना।
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये
शेल
की थी जी।
अच्छा,
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे, एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे।
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे मेरे ख्याल में इसमें।
अच्छा,
2 लगे।
जख्मी लोग बारामुल्ला हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामुल्ला भेज दिए। बारामुल्ला हॉस्पिटल में
कितना बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी, हमने उसको देखा नहीं है। सुबह हम खुद डरे थे, हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे, इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं, सेफ्टी है ही नहीं। क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है माल का।
आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे, किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती, बैंकर ही नहीं है।
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. And I want our viewers to see this. This is a poor family's grain store ablaze right now. It was struck at 2 in the morning. Nearly 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago it was struck, and the fire is still burning. It's a huge heap of wheat, which was the food, of a poor family that lived in these 2 houses, and it is smoldering right now. This is an image that I want to go out to the entire world. Not a military target, not an armed forces target, not a vital establishment, not a vulnerable point. This is a poor family living in Islamabad, Kashmir, close to the line of control, that has been deliberately targeted by a Pakistan shell. And there you have it. Their livelihood, probably the rest of their year's supply of wheat, simply burning in a pile over there. There's nothing left of this house. There's nothing more to really say. Rebuilding it will be, a distant dream for this family once they pick up the pieces of their injuries, and their injured children as well. I mean, just look at these images. Where do you actually start? Where do you start picking up the pieces really once you come to terms that you've completely lost your home, your livelihood? Some of the fields behind here have also been completely destroyed. The elderly gentleman here tells me that this place will not be fixed. And remember, once attention moves on, who's going to come and repair these houses? These are families that do not even have the wherewithal to rebuild their houses. You've got flames there as well. Just a testament to what ammunition can really do. Artillery ammunition of the 155mm or 130mm kind has landed in this house. There's a gas cylinder there, very dangerously, lying there on the floor, which could be a hazard. No forensic teams have been able to reach here just yet. The police apparently came for a quick sweep to get the people out, but nothing else has been done. But it's still aflame. The house is still aflame, and it's very likely that it'll probably burn down because much of the superstructure of the houses in this area are made of wood. Take a look at this piece of roofing. Shrapnel, white-hot artillery shrapnel flying in every direction. Just look at the gaping holes they've cut, like neat oval holes, telltale signs of shrapnel simply ripping through metal. This is really, really thick, hard metal used for roofing. It's resistant to, it's all-weather resistant because, it snows and rains a lot over here. Just look at what artillery shrapnel can do to a strong piece of metal. It has completely mangled it. It has perforated it. It is peppered with gaping holes. And this is basically the story of every piece of roofing that we can see here across three structures of one big house, two houses actually. How much more damage we're going to find as we move on ahead, I cannot say, but this is definitely, a morbid appetizer, I would say, to what we're probably going to find as we get a little closer to the line of control now. This is the real view now of the damage. Here it is. Completely collapsed roof, completely collapsed wall of this entire house. Now you get a proper vantage view of the damage that's taken place. The entire roof has blown off. I was trying to look for remnants of the actual shell. Those are very, very difficult to find because they burst into thousands of little pieces and usually get buried, in walls, in the ground, etc. So not easy to find it anywhere here, but clearly an artillery hit right here at Islamabad village. The villagers here, as you just heard some of them say, they don't have the luxury of leaving. Many of them have actually fled. We saw a small tempo traveler full of people from Islamabad getting out of here as quickly as possible. We bumped into them in Baramulla, fearing for their lives. They've left, but many still here because they've just got that helpless look on their faces, saying, where can we possibly go? We can't leave our houses. It's not safe. All our livelihood, all our farms and animals and all those things are here. Everything moving costs money. There's no help from anyone to actually get out of here. So it remains to be seen, whether there will be more damage in Islamabad or elsewhere. Another house that's had its, all of its glasswork completely blown in. The window panes have blown in. The wooden support pillars and support structure completely damaged here. So it's not just one or two houses, at least 4 houses either destroyed or damaged very, very badly. This is a house which still has its carpeting because obviously the fire didn't spread to this particular house. But if you can see here, all the glass pieces, the glass shards here, showing the kind of damage from the shockwave of that artillery landing here that has destroyed this house. The door has completely blown off the hinges. There's another door just lying there on the ground here, and this is right next to this house. Images like this one, like what we're seeing over here, just common household items, a gas stove, a pot, mugs, tumblers, a plate rack, coffee cups, all of them just splattered in this one little room. This must have been the family's kitchen, where food was prepared, etc. completely burnt to ashes, bricks and pieces of stone all over the place. I have no idea when that family will come back, or even if they will want to come back to something like this. But this is what Pakistan is doing. We've traveled a short distance from the Salamabad village where you saw all that damage, and we've just chanced upon another house. This is the house of an ex-army serviceman. His two daughters were sleeping on this bed when a shell landed outside their house and blasted through the windows. You can see glass pieces all over the bed here. There is damage to the wooden roof, as you can see here. Debris all over the place from the sheer shockwave that has damaged the house. Now, I want to introduce you to the man that we're talking about, the man who owns this house. He has packed off his family out of absolute horror about what happened, because just look at the state of the house. This is a little house in Gingal village here in the Uri sector, not far from the line of control. And the Pakistani shell has left its damage everywhere. Perforations on the stairs, damage to the concrete wall there as well. Here in this little attic space that you see here, very clearly the shrapnel has torn holes in this metal sheet. This is a standard feature that we're seeing in home after home where Pakistani shells have landed since early on the day of Operation Sindoor as a retaliation. Some damage in this room as well. But now I'd like to introduce you to the person of the house itself. I'm going to take you and show you a picture first, and first introduce you to the man. This home belongs to Havildar Mohammad Nasir Khan. As you can see, he's a Maroon Beret. He's an ex-serviceman of the 6th Para Special Forces. One who served with one of the Indian Army's most elite units. Havildar Mohammad Nasir Khan has participated in many operations, and this is him now. That's his picture as a young commando, and this is Mohammad Nasir Khan now. Havildar Sahab, पहले आपकी सेवा के लिए हमारी तरफ से बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने बहुत साल बिताए फौज में. कल रात क्या हुआ था ये बताएं. आपकी परिवार ने आपने उनको यहाँ से आपने ट्रांसफ़र कर गए, तो क्या हुआ था?
रात को तकरीबन 1 बजे से मतलब थोड़ा फायरिंग स्टार्ट हुआ, तो उसमें थोड़ा कम आवाज़ आ रहा था. तकरीबन 2-3 बजे के बाद में बहुत फास्ट हो गया. जब फास्ट हो गया तो हम एक ही बच्चे सोए हुए थे, उनको उठा के हमने साइड में लिया, और साइड में लेने के बाद में उनको सेव किया. तो मेरे बच्चों को बोला कि भाई आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ, ये जो फायरिंग हो रही है तो इससे बचाव एक ही है कि आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ. बच्चों को एक साइड में लेटा दिया और मैं भी साथ में लेट गया. उसके बाद में स्टार्ट होगी कार्रवाई. यहाँ पे पूरा जो फायरिंग उन्होंने करनी थी वो कर दी. उसके बाद में इसमें आगे लगा एक गोला, एक इस पीछे कैंप में, उसका फ्लेक्शन पीछे आया. ये पूछा पूरा मतलब इसको पुश किया उसने, पूरा मकान हिल गया. ये नीचे से एकदम हिला, तो हमने सोचा ये सब इसी के ऊपर पड़ गया. लेकिन बाहर निकल के देखा तो बाहर लगा था, और अंदर ये इसका ये पूरा टूट फूट जितनी भी थी अंदर आ गई थी.
This Maroon Beret and the Special Forces means something very, very special in the Indian Army. And I'm actually in a bit of shock that someone like him, who has served in the most dangerous places, in the most dangerous missions, to face something like this from Pakistan during his retirement, endangering his children. This is his beautiful family, his two daughters, who are not here, of course. They've been moved out because of the absolute damage that happened to the house, and they miraculously survived with only minor injuries. But you saw what happened to that bed. They are not here right now. And I just wanted to show you, look at all these certificates of Havildar Khan Sahab. He has served in Sudan as part of the United Nations. That's a picture of him in the Sudan mission. He has this certificate of appreciation from the United Nations. He has won a United Nations medal. He's a UN medal-winning Special Forces Commando of the Indian Army. And here is his certificate. It has fallen off the shelf from the shockwave of what happened. All his military memorabilia still standing here. And it's truly, truly just incredible that someone like him should face it. And here you have pieces of the... ये टुकड़े हैं वो shells के? These are pictures of the shell itself. Take a look at this. This is what has landed in the humble home of an Indian Army former Special Forces commando. Shrapnel pieces, pieces of an artillery shell or a mortar perhaps, that have landed here and damaged his home. आप अपने परिवार को कब वापस लाएंगे? आप कब कॉन्फिडेंट होंगे?
अब ये जब तक यहाँ का मतलब बिल्कुल सही नहीं हो जाएगा तब तक बच्चों को दूर रखना पड़ेगा। यहाँ पे बच्चों की ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि ये जो शेलिंग का कोई पता नहीं कब स्टार्ट हो जाएगी कब बंद हो जाएगी, इसलिए तब तक बच्चों को दूर रखेंगे जब तक ये सही नहीं हो जाएगा।
हम होप करते हैं हवलदार साहब कि सब कुछ ठीक होता है, लेकिन जैसे आपको पता है कि उरी सेक्टर में, कुपवारा सेक्टर में, पूंछ सेक्टर में पूरा एस्केलेशन है। आप एक सैनिक थे, आपको पता ही है, आपने अपने आंखों से देखा है कि क्या होता है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर। तो मुझे कुछ बताना नहीं चाहिए आपको क्योंकि आपका फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस है। लेकिन ये शेल के श्रैपनल, ये मोटर के श्रैपनल, एंड लुकिंग एट दीज पीसेज राइट नाउ has sent a shiver down my spine. Just imagine, a soldier who has given his life to protecting the country, given his life to the Indian Army, been through these forests on anti-terror operations because that's what the Special Forces do, and he's had to move his family away by night to protect them from this that the Pakistan Army has sent his way.
This is the last word, and I'm Maria Shakil. India carried out military strikes inside Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir between 1:05 and 1:25 a.m. in the dead of the night. The time is crucial as it was meant to ensure minimal collateral damage and no targeting of civilians. No Pakistani military installations were directly targeted, no civilian infrastructure destroyed. It was an anti-terror operation carried out by India. The name is emotive in nature, Operation Sindoor. It's a tribute to the women who lost their husbands in the terror attack. The choice of women officers to lead the briefing was a powerful move. India's briefing on Operation Sindoor today gave a strong and significant message as two women officers, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi, took the lead, sharing details of the military's precision strikes on terror targets in Pakistan in response to the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack, in which we lost 26 of our civilians. They were tourists, unarmed, came from 14 states of India. The world community stands with India. India has informed all its allies and has put out a video evidence of destruction of 9 terror hotbeds. Let's first listen in to the two women who were leading the press briefing earlier today.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं। इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
Precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
In fact, Himanshi Narwal, wife of naval officer Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who was killed in April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack, has requested the center not to end this operation and make sure that it is the start of the end of terrorism. Let's listen in to Himanshi.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड यू नो व्हेन ही हैड जॉइंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री एंड दिस ऑपरेशन signifies his spirit that there will terrorism hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
And joining me now is Kanwal Sibal, a former Indian ambassador. Ambassador Sibal, it's a historic day for India as Rajnath Singh has put it out. I want to focus on the significance of this press briefing which was carried out. It was Foreign Secretary who held the press brief. He was joined in by two women officers. The message on symbolism in terms of how Pakistanis saw Indian women as weak when they carried out that terrorist attack. India sees women as its Nari Shakti and strength.
Well, frankly, if you ask me, it was very well what we did. It was very strong messaging. The nation is united. Men and women are united. We give space to our women to be active in national life and all spheres, including the armed forces. Very different from the way that women are treated in Pakistan. And more importantly, we are also sending a message to them that the basis on which Pakistan was created is being rejected by us. When we have Colonel Qureshi and the wing commander from our side who are giving this joint briefing on this operation. So politically, this is a very important message too. But I think beyond the briefing that was given, the issues involved are much more serious, much more, how should I say, pregnant with a lot of possibilities ahead, not entirely welcome in the sense that India has clearly said that they are attacking the terror camps in Pakistan. And this has gone on far too long. Barakot and before that, the surgical strikes actually were not enough. And if you look back, it was a very small warning signal. But this time, the signal has gone out extremely strongly. And from the Pakistani side, you see that they are no longer pretending as they did last time, and that only some trees and some this and that were destroyed as a result of a Barakot strike. They themselves are publicizing all the damage that has been created in the various terror outfits, camps that India has targeted. Though, of course, they are trying to give it a very communal color by not talking about terrorist camps, but talking about masjids being destroyed and talking about civilians being targeted. This is the usual propaganda on their side. Now, of course, as I said, this is pregnant with all kinds of possibilities, which may not be entirely welcome, but which we have to face, which is that Pakistan has a certain idea of itself. that these armed forces are the protector of Pakistan's idea, Pakistan's security. So in order to preserve their position in their system, they have to react. They just can't sit back and let this happen. Otherwise, their system, their position in the governance in Pakistan will be very seriously impacted. So they're going to do something retaliatory, and then in return, India will have them to go beyond the terror camps.
Yes.
And
So,
also attack their military installations if they do the same to us.
yes. So India is prepared for retaliation from Pakistan, but can Islamabad really afford to do so given the times that they are living in, their economic situation, and the entire unrest that Pakistan continues to face?
Oh yes, of course they are. I mean, if they were thinking rationally and logically, they would have given up this using the arm of terrorism against us a long time ago. But they haven't. Look, the world has changed. Relationships that existed between countries after the Second World War have evolved. Look at the manner in which France and Germany have reconciled themselves. For a moment, even the West and Russia found some meeting ground. Now, of course, things have become different. But Pakistan hasn't changed its rhetoric at all. What they were saying then, they're saying now. And the last 3 decades, the instrument of terror has been their choice instrument because from their point of view, it is relatively cost-free, as President Musharraf himself once said. And they're continuing. And then the statement that was made, the speech that was made by their army chief, he spoke like a bigoted mullah. I mean, going back to the creation of Pakistan, how it was justified, how Hindus and Muslims cannot live together, how they're totally separate people, their ambitions are different, their outlook is different, everything about them is different. And then praising the heroic struggle of the people of Kashmir fighting for freedom. This was obviously a call and an incentive and an inspiration for these terror attacks to happen, which we saw happening in Pahalgam.
Yes.
So the short point is that when it comes to India, they are not capable of actually looking at what their longer term interest is, and they want to continue this hostility because it is on the basis of this hostility, A, Pakistan survives as a country, and B, the Pakistan military actually rules the country effectively because it is the one that actually monopolizes most of the resources of the country, builds up a highly, pretty powerful militarized state. So this is the problem we are facing, and then they are being helped by China now quite openly.
Right. Ambassador Symbol, a word now on how the world has reacted. India did take, its allies on board. The National Security Advisor spoke to his counterpart in the US. The External Affairs Minister has briefed the foreign ministers of multiple countries, from France to Germany to UK to Japan as well. In fact, the French embassy in India has just issued out a statement in which they are saying that France supports India in its fight against terrorist groups and is deeply concerned, and it calls for de-escalation and protection of civilians. So the French are standing with India. There are multiple countries in Europe that are standing with India. Do you think the reaction that came in, post Uri and post Pulwama, when India carried out those strikes, to now, India has traveled quite a distance in ensuring that global solidarity in its fight against terrorism?
I won't go as far as that. Yes, India is getting more support, more clear support on the issue of terrorism, which it has received even before when terrorist attacks have occurred. All countries decry, deplore terrorism. Look at the joint statements we have signed with the countries that you have mentioned. There are long paragraphs on terrorism. Even in the G20 statement contains long paragraphs on terrorism. So all countries will decry terrorism, condemn terrorism in all its forms and whatever the justification. But it doesn't go beyond that. No country will actually tell you that they support your military action of any kind, including attacking terror camps. They generally say, yes, we support you on terrorism, but when it comes to possibility of a military conflict or escalation, like you just mentioned the French statement, they talk about de-escalation. Even our friends would do that because of various reasons. One is that it is the right diplomatic posture. Even if behind the scenes they give you stronger support, publicly they will call for de-escalation. Number two, genuinely they want to avoid a conflict between India and Pakistan. Already there's the Ukraine conflict and the conflict in the Middle East. And then to have a third region which is embroiled in a conflict is destabilizing in any case, and no country would welcome that. And thirdly, in this case, there's always this concern at the back of their minds that Pakistan and India are nuclear powers. And while they will not publicly say that Pakistan is irresponsible and India is a responsible nuclear power, but they will talk about both states being nuclear and therefore the need to be very cautious in not letting the conflict spiral out of control and escalate to a point where the possibility of nuclear weapons is on the table. So at the end of the day, you have to do what you have to do. But in a general way, you're right that Pakistan has far too long used terrorism, not only against India, but also against its benefactors, including the United States of America. And this is a country which harbored Osama bin Laden and nurtured the Taliban and helped them retake Kabul. There is a fingerprint of Pakistan even in the World Trade Center bombing. But then, despite all this evidence, clear evidence, Pakistan has never been declared a terrorist state. Look at the way Iran is treated. Iran is given no quarter at all. Draconian sanctions have been imposed on Iran, but Pakistan goes scot-free. So there are wheels within wheels. There is support, but there is also at the back of the mind of people who are friendly to us, including the United States.
That duplicity that you're highlighting, Ambassador, becomes certainly very, very important at this juncture. We are hoping and we are seeing to a great extent that narrative change for India as India carried out Operation Sindoor early this morning. Ambassador Sibbal, I know you're traveling, so really appreciate your time here on NDTV. Joining me now here in the studio is Pankaj Singh, former Deputy National Security Advisor, and we also have Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad joining us. I'm going to come to you now, Pankaj Singh. India has struck at 9 high-valued terrorist-linked locations, and it was a coordinated launch of 24 missile strikes. When we look at these details come in, it is calibrated with calculated and with immense precision. There's been a lot of planning which has gone in for this kind of strike which has been carried out by the Indian Armed Forces.
Absolutely correct, because having been hit and 22 innocent tourists who were killed in a very barbarous fashion in Pahalgam, I think India waited for almost about
2 weeks.
2 weeks to see whether Pakistan was really keen on dismantling the terror camps or doing something against the terrorists who had perpetrated this kind of an act. But having seen that nothing at all was happening, so building upon whatever intelligence India had earlier on from the intelligence agencies, based on the surveys done recently, based on the satellite and physical sources giving precise information about the terrorist camps, the launch pads. So you can very well see with precision guided munitions, with very precise kind of warheads which would not damage the civilians or take lives of the civilians, very precision mounted strikes have been done as far as 100 to 125 kilometers inside Pakistan, which has never been done before, and as close as 8 to 10 kilometers near the border. So with this kind of precision strikes, and you could very well see, and you did talk about the two wonderful ladies who gave the press briefing in the morning from the Army and the Air Force, with graphics and with incontrovertible evidence being shown that these precision strikes against specific buildings and structures were done where there was no population, no civilian population living nearby or villages. With these kind of video graphic evidence, I think it will be very little for Pakistan to refute or to contradict India's claims in this direction.
Yes. So now let me bring in Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad. Lieutenant General, as someone who was in the front line in 1971, how do you look at the events of the last few hours?
Well, the last time we went to war in 1971 was a conventional war. Started with the eastern sector. The task was to liberate East Pakistan and make Bangladesh. A completely different kind of task. And the Pakistanis wanted to convert it into a war, and on 3rd of December they attacked India with their air force, and the Western Front opened up. And then again the full-scale war started in the Western Front. So that was a regular military operations on both fronts, and the Pakistan army fought on both fronts and lost on both fronts. But today the situation is entirely different. Today the situation is such that we have a very, very specific task to perform. We are not fighting a war, and our Prime Minister needs to be quoted over and over again to say this is not an era of war. So obviously he is not foreseeing a full-scale military operation or a war. At the same time, he has given a very clear-cut task to the military, not only to the military, but to the entire national machinery, which includes all departments in the Government of India. And that task is destroy terrorists and their backers. Now, important thing is the word backers, which means that you first destroy the frontline terrorists who sit on the line of control and cross into India and create terror incidents here, and also then their leaders who sit in Bhavalpur and Mudirke to be also neutralized, and also the backers who essentially he relates to the ISI and the military chief, the present army chief of the Pakistan Army, who is making such statements as he did on the 16th or 15th of last month. So the task is very clear, and therefore response also has to be specific, target oriented. So we are not wanting to escalate into a national war. We are only targeting specific targets of terrorists and specific target of those people who perpetrate over the mastermind, the architects behind this terrorism. Some bit of target has been, some bit of operations have been completed. What the Prime Minister laid out to the country, the initial frontline terrorists have been fairly neutralized. The Bhavalpur camp and the camp in Munirke has also been reasonably neutralized, but leaders are still missing from the list of neutralization. So also the ISI and the army chief. The important thing is we have reacted in the past to these terrorist incidents, and like Balakot, like Uri, and like many others. But that has not finally hit the military of the Pakistan Army. Therefore, if we need to really eliminate terrorism, which is the objective of the Prime Minister's task to the nation, then we need to see that we also do some military action, some kind of damage to the army of the Pakistan Army. Now that may involve escalation, which we don't want to do. Therefore, we have to do targeted killing within these institutions as well. And there are ways and means to do targeted killing in the modern times. The times have changed since Balakot. Technology has improved considerably. The world relationships have changed considerably. We have strategic partnership with very advanced countries in the world who are ready to share intelligence with us. Therefore, all these operations which are target oriented have to be based on strong actionable intelligence.
That's right.
Which is why it took us 15 days to do this. So we have done some bit, some more is to be done, and we will do it. We will have to have some time available for it. It cannot be done tomorrow, day after, the day after. The targets that still need to be neutralized need tremendous amount of information.
That's right.
Now, as far as the conventional war is concerned, let me put it very clearly that conventional war is something that Pakistan Army never trained for, and when their President Ziaul Haq said that we will never be able to defeat India in a conventional war, he is the one who coined the word, we will bleed them by 1,000 cuts, which is why the terrorism started about 30-35 years ago. And therefore, all the effort of the military of Pakistan is focused towards promoting terrorism and making India bleed by 1,000 cuts, which to a great extent has been successful. Therefore, we must understand that first step has been done today. The second step needs to be done. It may take time to do it, but the important thing to watch and see is Pakistan army going to retaliate, which is what is the question, biggest question in everybody's mind, including yours and mine. So the question is, what is Pakistan's reaction? Okay. Some information is coming from Pakistan to say, well, I don't think we'll react. Some people say, no, we will react. So we don't know what's exactly in the mind of Pakistan army, but if they do react, then I think the Indian armed forces are fully prepared.
Okay, so since you're talking about the preparations,
point in this military operations is this.
Lieutenant General Prasad, since you've spoken about the
preparations. I'll just give you the military operations in it.
Yes, I'm going to come to you in 30 seconds because today was the day of mock drills which were carried out throughout the country. In fact, we covered it extensively as well. Here's a report and then I come back to the guests.
The Ministry of Home Affairs briefed the state governments to conduct mock drills to check the preparedness of citizens and the civil defense. Here in Bengaluru, right outside the Fire and Emergency Services headquarters, you're looking at the teams conducting a mock drill of a rescue operation, going in an inflated boat to a small island, rescuing an injured person, and by the banks you're looking at multiple civil defense personnel using a stretcher to get this injured person from the boat towards an ambulance as soon as possible. This is once again, mind you viewers, a mock drill, especially in the light of the recent attacks that India have carried out on terror bases in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Such drills, of course, become very important. Over the course of the next 7 days or more, there will be multiple mock drills that will try and prepare the police, the civil defense, the fire personnel and any security personnel to really be prepared for any sort of eventuality. Air raid sirens, of course, are going to be blaring in different parts of Bengaluru, Karwar, Raichur, Mysuru and Mandya over the next few days. There's also going to be other forms of rescue operations in different places. Now here you can also see, of course, another boat that is also making its way here. That's once again emulating another rescue from a nearby island. They too will, of course, come in here towards the banks where another team of the civil defense personnel with a stretcher will try and emulate another rescue operation. So this is an extensive mock drill that's being carried out. More importantly, we should note that, like I said, it's not just this particular form of rescue, but other forms of rescue as well, which will be simulated over the next few days to ensure preparedness of the police, preparedness of the civil defense, and more importantly of the citizens alike to respond to any sort of emergency situation that could come by, especially considering the fact that now it is a very active and volatile situation with Pakistan after India, of course, carried out those precision strikes in different parts of, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan in itself. With video journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
It is being seen as a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. It was swift, it was surgical and unapologetically assertive. Lieutenant General Prasad, I'll give you the last word and the last word tonight. I want to understand from you the long-term impact, or perhaps what will be the immediate short-term impact. Will this be a deterrent, Operation Sindoor a deterrent, or will it actually lead to future confrontations is the big question. In terms of India's preparations, how battle ready are we?
Well, I think certainly we are better battle ready than what Pakistan military is. But there's one important thing that I want to bring to your notice. I'm talking about conventional response from Pakistan military towards India, whether it's Army, Navy or the Air Force are going to attack us or respond to whatever we have done in last night. Please understand that today, after 15 days of preparation, Indian armed forces and the Indian government knows exactly where the Pakistan army is mobilized. We have got such a fantastic availability of information through satellite imagery that every single formation of Pakistan, we know exactly where it's located today. So in these 15 days, we have gained that information. Today, we have full information of enemy deployment. Now, should they want to do anything, we are prepared for it. They'll be foolish enough to try and do a conventional operation either on the land or in the air, for which they will suffer more casualties. So the answer to your question, and many people are asking, will there be a response? Well, I cannot say yes or no. But if there is a response, they will get a very befitting answer to it. And that may result into an escalation, which we don't want. Our government is very clear. This is not an era of war. We don't want to have a full-scale war with Pakistan. We want to continue with our economic, we continue with our water treaties, we want to continue with the financial actions task force, etc. And also limited, targeted attack against militants. If this is our philosophy, then it will be foolish for Pakistan to try and do a conventional response to us. I don't think they'll be foolish enough to do it, because they know if this happens, the response from India will be very severe. So the best answer is they should try and see that how terrorism can be stopped. The answer is they won't do it, and we have to do it. Maybe today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, 10 days, 15 days hence. Nobody can say. But the important thing is, please let's not forget, it's a targeted action against militants in Pakistan and not an escalation to a regular war.
Yes. So non-escalatory is what the government says. That's what armed forces have said. Pankaj Singh, in terms of preparations, we are seeing, civil defense being made ready. There has been sirens and blackouts to prepare Indians and the civilian population as well. India is carrying out what will be seen as diplomatic messaging, which has been combined to create a multi-dimensional operation with regional and international consequences as well. How do you look at the overall messaging which has come in from Government of India today?
The Ministry of Home Affairs on the 5th of May was very clear that we must carry out these civil defense exercises, which have not been carried on for a long time on such a huge scale. 244 districts of the country are to undergo this kind of exercise. For the schools, they are carrying out the exercise in the mornings, which will let the children know who to respond to, what to do, when to do, and where to go in times of a crisis or any kind of exigency happening. The situation currently is very, very volatile, very vulnerable, very explosive. So it's absolutely essential that school children get to know, because they are the ones who are very, very vulnerable and the future of our country also. Most of the cities are to undergo the evening 4 to 7 blackouts, sirens, evacuation drills, search and rescue, and try to see that all the communication, transport facilities keep working while sensitizing the public to this kind of an eventuality in case it happens.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Pankaj Singh, former Deputy NSA, and Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad joining us on this broadcast. And that's all from me on this edition of The Last Word. We have Vishnu Shom right here in the studio.
All right, Maria, thanks very much. We're going to be continuing with this fairly decisive precision strikes on Pakistan. They have been very, very substantial, the strikes. A strong message has been sent. We'll be looking at that on left, right and center. That's coming up in the next couple of moments. Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Center. I'm Vishnu Shom. India has launched precision missile strikes dubbed Operation Sindoor, targeting 9 terrorist camps in Pakistan. And Pakistan administered and occupied Kashmir following the April 22nd attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 people were killed. Now, India claims the strikes on terror infrastructure linked to groups like the Jaish-e-Mohammed, avoiding civilian and military targets, reported 26 deaths, calling it an act of war. That's how Pakistan referred to it. Pakistan has vowed retaliation. There have been significant casualties on both the Indian side and the Pakistani side of the line of control because of intense artillery duels which have broken out between both countries. Now, the escalation is the worst in decades. It is still unclear whether things will cool down or there is further escalation which might take place. Global leaders have urged restraint, while India has defended our actions as a necessary step in the ongoing fight against cross-border terrorism. A quick look at the headlines. India has taken the world into confidence on Op Sindoor. We briefed members of the United Nations Security Council, including China. The External Affairs Minister has spoken to Qatar, their Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Foreign Ministers of Germany, France and Japan. The National Security Advisor has spoken to the National Security Advisor of the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia and France.
We reiterate our strong condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam and the terrible loss of life it caused. We condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Those responsible must be brought to justice.
India stands behind Operation Sindoor. Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Asaduddin Owaisi, they hail the operation.
वर्किंग कमेटी में हमारा डिस्कशन हुआ पूरा समर्थन full support to our forces.
Key airports are shut after Operation Sindoor. Nearly 20 airports shut in border states, close to 200 flights cancelled. There's also Operation Abhyas. India prepares amidst this heightened tension. Civil defense mock drills are being held across several states. All right, well, in case you're just tuning in and aren't entirely aware of what's taken place in the early hours of the morning, shortly after 1 a.m. is when India struck terror targets in Pakistan in the deepest strikes that India has ever carried out on targets in Pakistan since the 1971 war. 9 targets or broad areas were struck. Some of these had multiple points on them. India struck using cruise missiles. India struck using drones and a lot of other technology. This is where it all took place. Now, the areas on the north, some of them are along the line of control on the Pakistani side of the LOC. These are all the specific names of camps over there. So there are more than 20 specific camps over here. And this is in red, the line of control that you see. The line of control stretches down south. It becomes the international boundary. But further south, there is Muridke in Pakistan. And even further south is Bahawalpur. Now, in terms of the strikes themselves, let's focus on Bahawalpur first. Bahawalpur is more than 100 kilometers west of the Punjab border. The fact that India chose to strike this far into Pakistani Punjab meant to send a strong signal. It's also the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, which has been destroyed. Muridke, further up near Lahore, is another terror training center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Again, that has been destroyed. Several of the other areas have seen significant incursions of between 25 to 30 kilometers. So all along the line of control over here, incursions by which I mean airstrikes of 25 to 30 kilometers across the line of control has taken place. And again, in this entire area, we have seen very intense artillery shelling, which has taken place shortly after the Indian strikes. There have been casualties on the Indian side. Some reports suggest upwards of 10 people, and our defense sources saying that India's counter-action has resulted in significant casualties on the Pakistani side as well. So that's where it's all taken place. This entire border and the line of control remains fairly tense. But let's play out some video now of the strikes going in, the Indian strikes going in. Let's move to some of the videos which we've been going. Let's move to the next video, and this is Bhimber, and that was a small bomblet dropped from a drone, and that's what it strikes. This is Sindhu Kotli. This particular target you can see on your screen over there, that is an explosion taking place over there. This is Kotli Gulpur, and this is a warhead, a drone coming in, a suicide drone coming in. You can see it, the animation on this side, and that's the actual drone about to hit its target. The cameras go off because it has hit its target right over there. In Sawai Nalla, this is fairly clear footage that you should see over here of a significant explosion which takes place. Now, the fact that India is putting out this footage is very, very important, because in the past we didn't really have footage which was present during the surgical strikes or Balakot. So there is a message which needs to be sent. This is not drone footage per se, but this is footage of some of the strikes, the hits which have taken place in Murid Ke. This is Sarjal, and again over here you can see the explosion which took place. These have by and large, even according to international OSINT experts, been largely accurate. You can see this drone going towards its target, and then the video goes off. That's when the target has been destroyed. So that's essentially what we are looking at. The strikes themselves have been fairly successful. I'm now joined by Ambassador Javed Ashraf. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. Let's have Ambassador Ashraf up on the screen. It's a difficult one, but let me ask you, in your personal opinion, do you believe that there is a possibility of further escalation?
Well, I think there would be a symbolic response from Pakistan, maybe a couple of hits. As you've just seen, they have escalated the firing across the LOC, which has resulted in civilian casualties. There may be a couple of symbolic attacks, but I don't think that I see this escalating into a full-scale, prolonged war between the two countries for a number of reasons. One is that they have to recognize their economic fragility and political instability. There will be a lot of international pressure also on Pakistan to avoid escalation in view of their culpability in the attack. India has already conveyed that there's absolutely no interest in escalating this further after achieving their objectives, and that we have been measured in our response, confining ourselves to hitting terrorist targets and avoiding any collateral civilian damage or destruction to the military installations. Pakistan will, of course, play out a very massive information, disinformation campaign. The fog of war, there is always this kind of a game that is played out. It needs to reassure its people that it has stood up to India, and that it was able to repulse or in fact inflict some damage on the other side. But the prospects of a long-term war escalation is limited. Second point here is that for Pakistan, they may wait their time, and we have to be very mindful of the fact that there may be another round of a major terrorist attack, this time on security forces, just to demonstrate that they haven't been deterred in this. We'll also have to watch out for cyber attacks, which is less visible but can be equally damaging, but not just from Pakistan, but from other countries that might be supporting Pakistan. We've experienced that in the past. So all told, we will be prepared for a full spectrum. And in case there is a retaliation from Pakistan, please remember, we went for terrorist targets. They'll have to go for civilian or military targets, in which case they're basically saying we're declaring a full-scale war, in which case I have no doubt that we will prevail, particularly the superiority in the naval and the air force will be able to hold Pakistan quite strongly, and they're also aware of that.
Ambassador Ashraf, the fact that we've released footage this time, which was absent in the past for whatever the reasons were, how significant is that in sending out a message, not just to people within our country, but also to Pakistan, which had disputed what we'd done in Balakot, saying, here, look, it's not one target, but several, and here's video evidence?
So it has, two very important messages. One, of course, is that, we've carried out simultaneous strikes on 9 of those terrorist camps. Remember, Bahawalpur and Murid Ke are the principal nurseries of decades-long terrorism against India, and we've been trying to have them shut down for a very long time. Now, in releasing these images, we are, as you've also mentioned before, taking note of the fact that the last time when we had the strike in Balakot, we almost lost this battle of narrative and perception, and people began to doubt, and people sowed seeds of doubt about whether we had achieved anything at all. So one is a message to your own people and to your own country that what we've said, we've done, and this is your evidence of it. Second, it's the people of Pakistan that don't get taken in by the messaging, the rhetoric, or the obfuscation by the military establishment there. But even more to the international community, that we set out to achieve a certain set of objectives, and here's the evidence of what we've done. And this also reflects, the very calm assertion of power.
Ambassador Ashraf, are you disappointed at the reaction of Turkey, which seems to be backing Pakistan at a time when so many countries around the world see it as nothing but being a state sponsor of terror?
Vishnu, I would have been very surprised if they've done anything otherwise. I mean, they are absolutely joined at the hips. They're the principal supporter of Pakistan. They, in every diplomatic, military, ideologically, they have also been supporting them. In fact, they're as close an ally as China, and China will perhaps be a little circumspect in getting involved in something of this nature. But for Turkey, this is nothing, and you've seen that in various forums. They speak on behalf of Pakistan. In fact, these attacks that we've seen yesterday, the strikes, is absolutely not surprising. But what would have been surprising is if Turkey had done it otherwise than stand in support for Pakistan.
All
but
right.
I think
Go ahead,
what
sir.
I have seen, and I think I should point this out, I've been watching this, as you know, from 1999 onwards when we had Kargil and then, the terror attack in the parliament, Kaluchak, then we had Mumbai, and then we've more recently Pathankot, Uri, and Pulwama. First is our outreach to the international community is much faster. The international understanding for the action that we have taken is much better. They will still be accompanied by concern of escalation into a prolonged conflict. But part of what we have seen is a change in the terms of our response. We have preempted any possible international effort to prevent some sort of military response. And that also helps in creating a sense of acceptance and understanding for the kind of response that we have actually meted out. And in this, the videos are of great help.
Ambassador Ashraf, great speaking to you. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I'm joined now by Lieutenant General D.S. Hurra, the former Northern Army commander, one of the finest military minds I've engaged with every now and again. And he was also the Northern Army commander when the surgical strikes in 2016 took place. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. General Hurra, you didn't have, when the surgical strikes took place, a lot of the technology which is now present. You had to physically go across. Now, that may have been an option on this occasion as well, but India chose not to take it. Instead, we were able to fire missiles from long range from within our shores, from within our territory, as it were. To what extent has that been a real force multiplier?
Vishnu, let me tell you, the manner in which this attack has been carried out is much more comprehensive, sends out a much, much stronger message. And the fact that we have the technical capacity and capability to carry out these very precise attacks from on our side of the international border, on our side of the line of control, really reflects in some ways how even from 2019, the technical capability of the Indian military and how it's grown. This has been a real. I take it as a real game changer for how we're going to deal with Pakistan in the future.
Okay. General Hurra, I'd like you to talk a little bit about that last point, that there is a certain red line that Pakistan has crossed as a result of which we've hit them as hard as we have. Does this, in effect, mean that this is a precedent that we've set for ourselves, that if there is an attack like this in the future, then India will strike possibly as hard as we have this time?
So, Vishnu, not only merely as hard as we can, but also the selection of targets. The fact that the LET headquarters, the Jaish headquarters been hit, we are saying that, look, we are now going to go to the roots. Merely killing foot soldiers as we did in 2016 and 2019 by hitting, one odd terror camp or hitting the launch pads is really not providing us the deterrence that we need. And therefore, we are now going to go to this hub of what I could call the military jihad complex and take them out. So the messaging, Vishnu, is, apart from the fact that you hit 9 targets, the messaging, I think, has been very strong this time.
General Huda, the fact that we hit a target 100 kilometers west of the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab, Bahawalpur, again in Pakistani Punjab, what message does that specifically send?
So look, it sends a message, one, of the capability that the Indian military and the Indian Air Force has in their ability to strike targets with such precision deep into Pakistan territory. And the fact that, Punjab, which sort of the heartland of Pakistan, also in some ways the heartland of the Pakistan army, has been hit, is to me strategic messaging that, look, and standards have been set that this is how we are going to go now. We're not merely going for small time terror camps, but that we will hit at the heart of what this whole military jihadi complex is, and that is where we will take out an attempt to take out the heart and soul of terrorism that's coming from Pakistan.
All right. And General Huda, do you believe that given the number of targets we struck, this was more than just optics? This was actually inflicting serious pain on Pakistan?
It is, Vishnu, and I think that was what was needed. I think after 2016 and 2019, there is a realization that perhaps these limited military operations are not going to achieve our objectives. And what is our objective? Our objective is to deter Pakistan from using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Now we have to see how Pakistan reacts. Are they going to come out in support of these terrorists and jihadis and say we are reacting to reacting to India clearly because India has struck terrorist targets? Or are they going to, at some stage, start thinking about, look, this is only going to bleed Pakistan. An unwinnable conflict with India doesn't help Pakistan as a nation. I think by what we have done is we have raised these very serious questions even within Pakistan, the government, the army, the society.
One final question to you, General Huda. There's very extensive fighting happening on both sides of the line of control or across the line of control, the international border in Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, I mean, that's gone. It went a couple of days back. It doesn't exist anymore. In as much as we talk about these strikes, to what extent must we be aware of the situation in areas like Poonch, where there has been so much loss of life?
Vishnu, the ceasefire and the advantages were primarily to the local population. Unfortunately, the fact is that any ceasefire is hostage to India-Pakistan bilateral relations. Let's see how this crisis plays out. I do anticipate a response coming from Pakistan. My own sense is it will be limited. And if this crisis sort of blows over, then hopefully we can come to some kind of understanding again. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be early. On the ceasefire, which can, bring relief to the local population.
All right, General Huda, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us, sharing your thoughts. We're joined by General Atta Hasnain, former General Officer Commanding of 15 Corps and 21 Corps, and very much an expert on Kashmir. In your entire career, General, how many years did you serve in Kashmir?
I can't even count, but I think the better part of about 8 tenures.
And each tenure would be what, about 2 to 3 years?
About almost 2 years, mostly 2 years or a little more.
So upwards of 16 years in Kashmir itself, and fighting in many of those years with, against terrorists. So my question to you is this: the targets that we've hit, which we've seen, the strikes on many of these areas, in terms of uh, the nursery of terrorism that exists in Pakistan, how significant are the hits that we've carried out early today?
Well, Vishnu, first of all, thank you very much for calling me for your program, inviting me here. I recall Balakot and the surgical strikes, 2016, 2019. I mean, they seem to be baby operations compared to this particular operation. First of all, the decision to extend it beyond POK, we did it in 2019. Also, we actually hit Balakot, Jabba Top, which is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. But this time we went into the center of gravity. Through my service, all the planning, etc., that we have been through, we have always considered Punjab, Pakistan, Punjab as the center of gravity. And that's the place which we have hit at last. I think the message should go down very clearly. India has moved on exponentially, transformationally in the field of military resources. What the Indian Air Force could achieve in this is not something we could have done 5 years ago. I believe most of this weaponry actually came in 2020 in the wake of what happened at Galwan and subsequent to that. So this is a complete transformational change which has happened. And what Prime Minister Modi has been saying, "Ghus ke ghar mein ghus ke marenge," that is exactly what is being played out now in the heart of Pakistan. Now, the one aspect, Vishnu, which I think is not being spoken about is the fact that we have hit three major areas: Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot. All three have got huge terrorist facilities there, but they have also got very major conventional army camps in these areas. There's a whole corps headquarters in Muridke. There is an entire corps headquarters at Lahore, which is 40 kilometers away from Muridke itself. And then Sialkot, we know what it is, the strike forces of the Pakistan Army, which are existing there. I think the message is going clear that if the escalation ladder, if the next rung has to be climbed to or escalation has to take place at all, then all these things are under the scanner. And Pakistan should get this message very clearly that India may not rest content with only targeting the terrorist infrastructure, because after all, this is the Pakistan deep state, which I think the NIA has quite definitely identified as the Pakistan Army, the ISI, and the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So if the Pakistan Army hand is here, the ISI's hand is here, there's no reason why all these facilities should not also be hit.
General Hasnain, whenever a country decides to engage in military strikes, it's never a one-way street. Pakistan and India, some would suggest, are near peers. They've hit us fairly hard on the line of control. We've hit them back. There are reports of aerial engagements. I don't want to dwell on them because our government hasn't confirmed anything at this stage. My question to you is, do we need to understand as viewers and as citizens of this country that given how hard we have hit Pakistan, there has been a reaction from them, and that this is something we must accept? It's not going to be a one-way street for us. It never is in something as large as what we've done.
That makes a lot of military sense. Vishnu, what you have just spoken makes a lot of military sense. Because no self-respecting army, and not an army of 650,000, is going to sit content with this kind of a thing and sit back on its haunches. It will respond to something or the other. Today, Pakistan's capability to wage a conventional war is highly suspect. Maybe not more than 3 to 5 days or something like that. They don't have ammunition with them. The economy is in absolute shambles. But they have got one weapon in their quiver which no one can otherwise neutralize. And that is the doctrine of irrationality. And they have got an army chief at the moment who we saw from his attitude, his body language, his speech given out at that famous function with the Pakistani diaspora, that he is willing to take this to the next level only on an ideological plane. And he's probably seeking his second term in September this year and thinking that this is what is going to ultimately deliver that kind of extension to him. So he is possibly likely to retaliate, respond in some way or the other. It could be anything from just the anger which is being displayed at the line of control at the moment to a dud attack in some part of the Rajasthan desert or somewhere to say, I'm hearing a lot about this, to try and allege that we also have some terrorist camps, Baluch terrorist camps or something like that in our fold within India. No, this kind of a fake news story, they are quite adept at that kind of a thing can be put out. So at the end of it, something will happen. We cannot describe what exactly will. It's already being played out on the line of control, and sub-conventionally, Pakistan's options are still open. They may wish to take this into the next 2, 3, 4, or 6 months and think about another strike somewhere in Kashmir. That is why I am advising that this is the season of infiltration in Jammu and Kashmir. And Northern Command had better be completely on its toes to prevent a surge of terrorist strength inside the valley.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. We need to be on alert for anything, including terrorist attacks. Thanks very much, General Hasnain. Always a pleasure speaking to you. We've got another great guest today. As you can see, we've just been able to get some of the finest minds and voices and thinkers, military, diplomats and others on Pakistan and the situation along our frontiers. Ajay Bisaria, former High Commissioner to Pakistan. Thanks, Ambassador Bisaria, very much for being with us.
Thank you, Vishnu. Great to join you here.
You would have studied the Pakistan Army Chief very closely. He was the DG of their ISI as well. He seemed to be entirely unpredictable. Is that the avatar that he seeks to create for himself, or is it genuine unpredictability which needs to be a cause of serious concern for us?
Yes, Vishnu. I think much of what we are seeing starting from Pahalgam to now is all about Asim Munir. And, this is an army chief who was beleaguered, who was in an internal crisis, and a strong driver for his behavior has been the internal crisis he faces and the attempt to use this crisis to bolster his position within the country. And that is why I would agree with General Hasnain that he is positioning himself to be an irrational actor. His risk appetite is much greater than that perhaps of his predecessor, and certainly more than that of the civilians. So you saw a bizarre situation unfold in Pakistan today, that when India offered in the Foreign Secretary's statement a de-escalation off-ramp, the civilians seemed to think it was a good idea by saying we've already done what we need to, and if India doesn't do anything else, we can get off. And the army comes and overrules them and says, no, we have to retaliate. So this is about a lot of this that we are seeing unfold is about an army chief trying to establish his internal position. And this is not new. We saw this, the early Musharraf attempt, Kargil, he got power through it. He had the parliament attack in 2001 when he felt his position was weak. His successor, Kayani, wanted to distance himself from Musharraf going soft. And so he did the Mumbai attack. So I think this is part of the same sort of syndrome in Pakistan, that a little skirmish with India, which he would hope to control, will re-establish his domestic position.
What is the off-ramp from here onwards for us?
Well, I think India did offer a clear off-ramp. Incidentally, I think our action demonstrated that India acted with a great deal of political courage, with military precision, with smart strategic communication. What India established was credible deterrence, established its doctrine of zero tolerance of terrorism, but also signaled an off-ramp that India was also accompanying this escalation with a strong de-escalatory instinct. And it was for Pakistan to accept that and say that they had already done whatever damage they claimed to have done. But right now, I think Pakistan is compelled to go into the second or third rung, if you will, of escalation. Pakistan will escalate this situation, and Asim Munir will be willing or waiting for the Indian blow that will come. So the attempt, of course, will be to operate below India's threshold of response. But if it exceeds India's threshold of response, India is going to be climbing the next rung of escalation, and that for Pakistan will be dangerous because the chances of a conventional war breaking out are strong, where Pakistan is much weaker than India.
Ambassador Pisari, are you satisfied with the international reaction which we've had not just today, but over the past few days in terms of supporting India in our fight against terrorism? Couldn't some of the language, including from our closest allies, including the United States, have been stronger?
You know, I would read the international situation as a good deal of support for India. And if you read between the lines, what the Americans told us and the others told us was essentially, do what you have to. We understand. We support your campaign against terrorism, but please contain it. Don't let it escalate beyond a point. And really speaking, you won't expect any other kind of advice. Nowhere is anyone condemning Indian action or questioning Indian action. It is supporting Indian action or against the terrorists in the first instance, but saying after that it is a dangerous situation and ought to be de-escalated. So I would read this as broad support. I would argue that in the trajectory of this century, the support has gone stronger as countries have recognized India's legitimate right to react to terrorism, and also realize the kind of challenge India faces from Pakistan. So I would say that there is a broad recognition of India's right. There will also be now, as we climb the escalatory ladder, a strong push from the global community to try to ask both countries to de-escalate, which is understandable.
In fact, that was my next question. The Russian Foreign Ministry has said, and I quote, "We're deeply concerned about the aggravation of military confrontation between India and Pakistan. We urge the parties involved to show restraint." France has come out with a statement. France deeply concerned about the latest developments, calling for de-escalation and the protection of civilians. So, the two major countries over here, others would have said the same thing. Look, it's time to bring the tensions down. Who does that in a situation like this? How do you bring tensions down in a situation like this? Because essentially what you're looking to do is to right-size Indian military action, saying that this is as much as we want it to be and no more, when we are dealing with an unpredictable person or unpredictable system on the other side of the boundary. And then if Pakistan retaliates, there's nothing that stops us from again retaliating, and then you're going up that escalation matrix.
Absolutely. I think this is the critical challenge, and this is the classical challenge. And if you study the example of the last time around between Pulwama and Balakot, and after Balakot, there was a Pakistani response, but we lucked out by having an off-ramp for Pakistan in the sense that the Indian pilot was down and India threatened to escalate, and Pakistan decided to de-escalate by handing the pilot back. But that was something where the global community stepped in and amplified India's message and made it quite clear to Pakistan it was not in their interests to escalate. So what we are facing now is a potential situation of Pakistan escalating to the next level, India, escalating further as a reaction to that, and therefore to break this chain, there will be certainly a lot of global pressure particularly on Pakistan, because Pakistan's claims that its escalation is imminent, and thereafter, a temptation for Pakistan Pakistan ought to be incentivized to accept the off-ramp that India has already offered, in terms of saying that these are non-escalatory measures. These are targeted only at terrorists, not at the Pakistan military or civilians. Pakistan will have to is possibly going to invent
a fiction of some terrorist targets in India or attack military installations which would cross India's threshold. And therefore, it's a dangerous situation. And I think the world will take note, must take note, and try and restrain Pakistan from doing something really crazy.
Ambassador Bisaria, thanks very much for being with us. I'm now joined by Air Marshal Anil Khosla, the former Vice Chief of Air Staff. Thanks very much for being with us. In terms of some of the technology which has been used, scalp cruise missiles, we've used drones as well. This was technology not available to us even a couple of years ago. During Balakot, we had to cross the line of control in order to make the hits. On this occasion, we likely didn't need to do that. How has this new technology been key in us hitting our targets? Because from the video that we've seen, and it's been independently confirmed, all of the hits went through. All of the strikes went through.
Yeah, Vishnu very rightly brought out. Actually, from Balakot time to now, in the last 6 years, Indian Air Force capability in terms of precision and strike and in terms of platforms, weapons, has really grown manifold. And the result you're seeing now. So if you compare Balakot and this action which has taken place today, there is a bit of similarities, but the similarities are only that, the time of attack is middle of the night, and terrorist camps have been attacked. That's where the similarity ends. And now if you see in Balakot, one target was attacked here, 9 targets were attacked simultaneously, and some as deep as 100 kilometers plus. So that sort of, and with exact precision, I mean, with no collateral damage, the whole planning has been done, the whole execution has been done, keeping in mind that only the target, that is a terrorist camp, are destroyed and not, there is no collateral damage to civilians. Although these, some of these camps are, surrounded by civilian areas. And all this has been done without even crossing the LOC or IV. So that is how the technology has come up in terms of Rafale aircraft, in terms of Scalp and Hammer, the weapons which we have got with standoff and precision, loitering munition. So a whole gambit of it has been employed and employed very, very effectively.
Air Marshal Khosla, there have also been some reports of the Indian Air Force having taken hits. I don't want to get into that or dwell too much because the government hasn't really come out with details. But my question to you is, in as large an operation like this, particularly when you've got the Pakistan Air Force, which is in many senses a near peer, some sort of reaction from them would be expected, and losses on either side is something that is factored in when you go in for military operations, right?
Yeah, obviously, when you go in for operations, when punches are being exchanged across, the losses will be there. I mean, that is part of the game. But the idea is to restrict the losses to within acceptable limits. But having said that, even I heard these reports, and although official no confirmation, nothing has come, and I'm not privy to actually what has happened or what's gone on. But what I know is 2 or 3 things. One is that always, Pakistan is very active in misinformation and disinformation, and they quite a few times, they may issue statement and backtrack. In Balakot also, in one day, they made 3 statements and backtracked. And now also, if you see, they made some statements and then backtrack like POWs and then say no POWs. So things like that. Second is, they're talking about 5 aircraft being destroyed. I mean, so very talk, especially considering, Vishnu, that none of the aircraft has gone across. So what is you're not put your aircraft in the harm's way as well by going into enemy territory. And of course, they have BBR missiles, but to my mind, it doesn't. Third thing is, whatever visuals I've seen, which are being reported from the ground as aircraft, they all look like drop tanks to me. And drop tanks, dropping drop tanks are a very common thing in a air combat. When you're going into a combat, you drop the drop tank so that the aircraft is agile. It's a very common thing. So keeping these things in mind, I feel that it is a case of mis or disinformation. But the truth will come out in a few days as the fog of war lifts.
Air Marshal Khosla, the Air Force would be particularly alert tonight and perhaps the next few nights, because the possibility of escalation is intense. And chances are, if there is an escalation, it could be strikes by Pakistan, whether it's missiles or airstrikes or both. So Could you, as a former vice chief, tell us, the sense of tension, the sense of alert, the deployment of assets, squadrons ready, aircraft armed? What would be the broad situation scenario in our air bases?
Yeah, anytime when things heat up, first thing is the air defense alert, which takes place, as soon as the trigger event or whatever event happens, and that would have happened 15 days back, because knowing that the things are heating up, so AD alert is on, and once you have decided and you planned this, that once you hit, after that it's a full alert. The whole all the three services are on alert. The AD is alert. The aircraft are ready, the forces are ready. I'm not only the Air Force, Army, Navy, everyone is ready. And not only that, even all the other agencies are told, like you take the case of all the airports have been closed in the northern area, so civil aviation is affected. It's a whole of country effort. So once the event happens, thereafter the message goes quickly and the system is in place to inform everyone, okay, now we have to be in alert mode. And this time, Vishnu, you notice, there is a very subtle difference between Balakot and this time. Balakot, we achieved tactical surprise by, keeping everything secret and keeping everything normal, means every activity. But in this case, if you see, we have gone in with the, without any secrecy, to the extent Prime Minister, it's being announced that civil defense will be activated on 7th. That's a sort of an indication, yeah, we're coming in. So that sort of confidence that has come on because of the earlier question which you asked, the technology which has come in. There is no need to cross the border, and from this side itself, we can engage the targets and engage in a very precise way. So that is the basic difference between the earlier and now. Of course, the whole country is ready in case the escalation is there. On Pakistan side, so be it, because our patience has run out and they have crossed a big red line by attacking civilians, unarmed civilians, in front of their wives and children, that too men, on religious grounds.
Yeah, absolutely horrific. Air Marshal, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. It's been a huge day for the Indian Air Force. We'll take a short break at this stage, come back with more intelligent conversation with real experts who know the India-Pakistan situation inside out. Do stay tuned, there's more coming up.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters.
All right, a huge day for India, Operation Sindoor. Massive strikes into Pakistan. We've hit multiple targets in Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur. These are just a few of them. 9 broad areas which were struck. Each area had individual targets. So in total, approximately 20 odd targets. We joined by strategic affairs expert Brahma Chelani at this stage. Dr. Chelani, what do we do from here onwards? Do you believe that there is a possibility of escalation And if there is, then India needs to strike back, or should India look for an off-ramp having achieved what we have?
The Indian strikes on Pakistan, Vishnu, were dramatic. This was the largest aerial assault on Pakistan in more than half a century. Pakistan hasn't faced this kind of aerial attack since the 1971 war. But let's be clear that Pakistan will hit back and hit back in an equally dramatic fashion, just the way it hit back after the Balakot airstrike. Our decisive moment is coming. When Pakistan responds, will India hit back or will it balk? When Pakistan hit an Indian military base after Balakot and dropped bombs elsewhere in J&K, we did not use that opportunity to hit back. This time, the conditions are different. There's a geopolitical environment that's favorable to India. No country has criticized India's military strikes. No country has criticized even India's action in pausing the Indus Waters Treaty. And more importantly, we have a national consensus in India, which we didn't have in 2019. And let's be clear on one other thing, that hitting 9 terror camps is not going to end Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. In fact, in anticipation of India's strikes, Pakistan had emptied almost all the terror camps. And of course, the terrorists are expendable to the military generals of Pakistan. They're cannon fodder. We have not inflicted costs on the terror masters, the puppeteers. We have decided to hit the puppets. And therefore, when Pakistan retaliates, let's be clear, they will not be hitting terror camps in India because there are no terror camps in India. They'll be hitting military facilities in India. At that point, if India balks, then whatever we have gained from this morning's strikes will be lost. So that will be the decisive moment for the government of India. Will it impose costs on Pakistan, on the terror masters? If Pakistan strikes Indian military facilities, it provides an opportunity for India to pay back in the same coin by hitting the Pakistan military establishment.
I'm joined also by Ambassador Leela Punappa, former Deputy National Security Advisor to the government. Thank you, ma'am, very much for being with us. Do you see an off-ramp to this, or do you believe that this could escalate and the tension could continue indefinitely? Ambassador, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
I said, regardless of which way one assesses the possibilities, it is speculative. So I think there's a full range of options. But I think what I would like to point out is that the way India has responded to the Pahalgam massacre did not start with a military operation or the anti-terror operation that was undertaken last night. It started with measures that would affect common people. The abeyance of the Indus Waters Treaty, the kind of holding back of the Chenab waters that we demonstrated, and which was seen in a whole range of photographs, with the water level down to a very low level. Either that or major flushing, which would mean a surplus of water. And then the scenes of the Pakistanis returning to Pakistan, some of whom were leaving families behind and claimed they had nobody to go to back in Pakistan. I think ultimately we need to look for a two-stage kind of thing. One is the kind of attack on the terrorist bases and headquarters that took place last night or early this morning. And the other is really getting the Pakistani people out onto the streets to say this kind of support to terrorism is enough. No more and opposing fundamentalism. I think when you have a conjoining of those two elements or those two forces, perhaps you might see a different kind of response from Pakistan. Right now, I think given the kind of mentality or the mindset that the Pakistan Army chief demonstrated in that strange speech he made to the overseas Pakistanis gathered in Islamabad, the mentality of the Pakistan Army will prevail. And they would then really want to do a tit-for-tat kind of thing. As Brahma has just pointed out, there are no terror camps over here, so who would they hit? Now, one interpretation could be that the very intensive firing on the LOC right now which really started before last night's strikes, is in a way Pakistan's way of saying, well, yes, we have taken responsive action. But I think there will be a temptation, there will be an urge, certainly in the thinking of the Pakistan Army, if not of the government, which really doesn't take these security decisions, to go for some kind of escalation.
All right, well, I'd like to thank you both very much for being with us. These are tense times, and I think the possibility of an escalation, at least for the moment, is something that we need to look at very, very closely. We leave you with this report from my colleague Shiv Arur, who spent more than a week now in Kashmir and the last several days looking to be close to the line of control or at the line of control. He was in some parts of Poonch which have been hit very heavily by Pakistani shelling. Several people have lost their lives in this area. It is a cause of huge concern. This was Shiv Arur from a little while earlier today.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are two houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These two houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. Complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these two houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets.
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
ये पाकिस्तान का है, रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे. 2 बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ. हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए. उधर इधर लगे भागने. क्या करते भाग?
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड. सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं? नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का.
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे.
आपने सुना ये जब?
वो बहुत आवाज सुना.
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये शेल की थी जी.
अच्छा.
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे. एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे.
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे मेरे ख्याल में. इसमें 2 लगे.
जख्मी लोग बारामुल्ला हॉस्पिटल में हैं.
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामुल्ला भेज दिए. बारामुल्ला हॉस्पिटल में भी.
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी. हमने उसको देखा नहीं है. सुबह हम खुद डरे थे. हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे. इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं, सेफ्टी है ही नहीं. क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है. माल का
आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती. बैंकर ही नहीं है.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. We hope we can say a good evening to all of you today, because decades of terror, you have seen one crushing retaliation. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva and you're watching Newsnight. Remember Operation Sindoor, that is India's boldest strike so far, right deep inside Pakistan. The heartland of Pakistan hitting the Punjab province for the very first time since the year 1971. What happened is that in just 25 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, India has obliterated 9 terror hubs. And if you're wondering who really were these 9 terror hubs connected to, look at all these images, all these 3 figures right now on your screen. Whether it is the Lashkar-e-Taiba, whether it is the Jaish-e-Mohammed or the Hizbul Mujahideen. From Bahawalpur's JEM stronghold to LET's 200-acre Muridke fortress near Lahore, that is also spanning a good 970 kilometers across Pakistan and POK. That is the range of that precision strike by India. And that precision blitz has surpassed what happened in 2016. Remember, post the Uri strikes that we have seen and the 2019 Pulwama strikes. Prime Minister Modi, who's been overseeing the entire operation, did deliver a stark warning. He's spoken about it multiple times right now, and he has made it one, resolve very clear. That is, we are unbreakable. And no terrorist, and read my lips, will escape justice. This is India's new normal, and this is exactly how justice is going to be served. Operation Sindoor, we've seen decades of attack, one revenge. That is our focus on Newsnight. Let's say good evening to our panel of guests before I get you our straight questions like we always do on our show to help you understand what really could be the issues that we should focus on, as you will see a lot of this conversation finally settling down to get you the bigger news points. It's a pleasure to be joined by Major General Yash Moore, who's a defense analyst on the broadcast. Achal Kumar Malhotra is a former ambassador, also the former deputy permanent representative of India to the UN. Sir, thank you also for your time. Also, SP Ved is a former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. And I think, every time we've spoken to SP Ved, he will tell you that something like this was required, it was coming. So, Ved, sir, we'll find out whether, you believe this is just chapter 1. And we'll be looking at a lot more happening in the next few days to the next few months. And also a pleasure to have the lady, Captain Shweta Mishra, an ex-army officer on the broadcast. She also, remember, has served during the Kargil War and Operation Parakram. So without wasting time, let's quickly get our straight questions, and then we'll get our panel of guests to look at those straight questions and help us find answers to what possibly could happen. The first straight question reads on your screen right now: end of the Pak terror outfits like the JM and the LET. Are we really there, or there is still more time till we achieve that? India has made it very clear our intentions are there to strike at the hub of terror. What about Masood Azhar? What about Hafiz Saeed? Are they going to be next? This brings us to our third straight question now. That's going to go up on your screens, and that reads, is this, ladies and gentlemen, the clearest message for Pakistan yet? The clearest message, because we've gone deep inside Pakistan this time. We haven't just gone into the POK. We haven't just gone into Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We have gone to the Punjab province, and that is the message. The fourth straight question: is this a curtain raiser of Narendra Modi's resolve, who had said we'll go to, any length and the end of the earth to ensure that there is justice served? Has that already happened? Is there more to come? This brings us to our final straight question now. That's also up on your screen. Pakistan is isolated, and that is no surprise. But now Pakistan's bluff is getting called out. What are the options? Is it already running out of options? Let's take Captain Shweta Mishra first before I get in the other gentlemen on the show. Captain Shweta, whatever's happened in the last few hours, how significant is this?
It is a brilliant day. I would agree that I would submit that the news that has been trickling in since we got up in the morning, Operation Sindoor, from the word that was chosen, the word Sindoor by itself is such a strong symbolic word, a tribute to all those widows who had been seen crying for last 14 days. And then came the media briefing when the two lady officers were standing there and briefing the entire world about what exactly has transpired in the form of Operation Sindoor. What a brilliant messaging by Modi government by presenting the Nari Shakti to represent the country, to represent the forces. So I am absolutely delighted to see the news that has come in since morning, and it is absolutely significant for one and all, because it is not just everyone wants a no terror world.
Oh, yes.
So what has happened now is attack on terrorism. People might be giving, countries might be giving their very calibrated or politically correct statements, but everyone wants a peaceful world, and this has been at least not been criticized by anyone and accepted by anyone. So absolutely a significant day. I would say history in making is what we are witnessing now.
Okay, you're saying history is being witnessed, and I think you're fairly right. And this is, I think, what people of the country today also feel. And forget just the country, the world across today has realized that something like this was the need of the hour. Major General Yashmore, why don't you push this point a little further, as we'll also get in images of the 3 men that are India's most wanted. You know, when it comes to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, when it comes to the Hizbul Mujahideen, when it comes to the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the very fact that we have hit the fountainhead of terror, does that change the entire game this time for Pakistan?
Firstly, Deepthi, thank you very much for inviting me to your show. And today has been a very, very historic day in history of India, and also history of counter-terrorist operations that we have been waging for last 3.5 decades. The manner in which this operation was executed, the planning, the synergy between the forces, the synergy whole of nation approach and comprehensive national power that was brought to bear on Pakistan was visible to everyone. The manner in which it was planned, the code name given, everything was really hats off to the people who were involved in planning. The CDS with the 3 services, the Raksha Mantri, and of course the Prime Minister and his cabinet, and everyone has been involved in this. Nobody expected this to happen after midnight this morning, because we were all made to believe there are mock drills. So people are thinking, abhi Hindustan mein log 1-2 din mock drill karenge, then there'll be victory parade in Russia, and after that probably the punishment or the kinetic measures will come in. But we shocked everyone by doing it at between around 1:30, 1:40 in the morning today. And the manner in which the target selected, especially Murid ke, Bawalpur, Kotli, I've served in these areas, we used to see them across. We know these launch pads for many, many years. Some of them are gateways to for this terrorist jihadis to come inside, or training, and also it's been very well done. Now coming to a question whether Jaish, Lashkar or HM, all 3 have been in existence for very, very long time. Yes. And this does send a signal, but this is just phase 1. Phase 1 of a proactive strategy, what I call hit hard. We have done it, and we will have to continue hitting hard, because this is not going to stop here. This is not going to stop here, and more will come as and when Pakistan reacts. So I'm sure our policy planners have got everything worked out. All the enemy courses of action have been thought of, and we are ready for the second phase in this escalatory ladder. But fantastic work, great work done by our forces, the diplomatic community, and of course the political leadership of the nation.
Oh yes, General, I think you make a fantastic point, because a lot of people that we've spoken to here on the course of this entire day will tell you, SP Ved, and I think you would also agree that this is just chapter 1. Because with the resolve that India has taken this time around, the fact that there is, that urgency to act against terror, because clearly we don't have any more time to lose. Now, when it came to Uri, when it came to Pulwama, we've seen India venturing into the POK, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, but this time it is the heartland. How does that change the things now for Pakistan? Do you think Pakistan ever can retaliate to this?
Good evening, Shweta ji, and your eminent panel with me here. Excellent beginning. I would say today was a great day, and what a morning to get up with this news. Such a synergy, such a precision demonstrated by our tri-services, defense services. I think the promise which Prime Minister had made to the countrymen was delivered today. These schools we have been facing for last more than 3 decades. I remember since young days of 1990s, all these, the 3 phases you are showing. Most significant is the terror we have inflicted in their mind. They will be shit scared of coming out of their campuses, whether it is Hafiz Sayyid, whether Azhar Masood or Sayyid Salahuddin. This fear factor will be great, I think, achievement for India. Already unknown gunmen are hitting them. The way TTP and BLA is hitting them. Now this precision strike by India today actually demonstrates not only to Pakistan, the whole world, what new India is and what our armed forces can do and hit deep inside Pakistan. This is first time in Punjab, the heart of Pakistan,
Yes.
100 kilometers away from the border. You go and hit Bahawalpur. It was unthought of. They never thought that we can hit them in this manner. In fact, many people are feeling restless.
Oh, yes.
That it is now 12 days, 13 days since Pulwama. Let me share with your viewers. A lot of painstaking work takes place. You saw how Prime Minister was holding meetings with CDS, with NSA, with all the three service chiefs, defense minister, everyone concerned. But you know, you need a precise intelligence. They were actually shifting from one camp to the other. The Pakistan Army and ISI was actually shifting all these terrorists and hiding them in different places. So you needed a precise intelligence and hit them at a right appropriate time. I think a lot of credit should, apart from obviously the three armed forces of India have executed it, but a lot of behind the back, a lot of work about the precise intelligence. Credit goes to intelligence services also.
Absolutely. And SP Vedsa, if I could use this opportunity before I get Achal Kumar into this conversation, is to put out a map. Because this map will help viewers understand the scale of what we are talking of. Remember, what you see on your screens coming one by one are just the many terror camps that you have seen obliterated when it comes to Pakistan. So the next time around, Pakistan will go to the world and say, oh, listen, there are no terrorists here. We are ourselves a victim of terror. Perhaps, we must look at this. And that is what will put Pakistan to shame. And for the very first time, what has also happened, and I think Captain Shweta SP Ved and Major General Yashmore would also agree, as I get in Achal Kumar now into this conversation, is that India has put out the proof. A lot of people have been asking, where is the proof? So we have put out the proof before and after. This will tell you that the camp existed and the camp today has been reduced to a debris. Now, Achal Kumarji, when you see a move as strong, as audacious as what India has done, do you think right now the world needs to get together, not give absolutely any leeway to Pakistan anymore?
Well, Shweta, good evening to you and my excellent panelists. I have heard them with great interest. Well, couple of things. First of all, I mean, this is, as far as Pakistan is concerned, its credentials, the bad credentials. The entire world knows that it's the fountainhead of terrorism. It's a terrorism factory. We have exposed them to the extent that we have hit certain targets and they are not in a position to deny. Unlike in Balakot and all that, they had tried to get into the denial mode and said nothing was targeted, there was no terrorist camps and all that. To that extent, yes. Now, coming to the international community, you see, there is a awareness, not now, it has been there for quite some time, that whenever a big act of terrorism takes place anywhere in the world, most often that it can be traced to Pakistan. And the Pakistan defense minister has himself admitted that they are great masters in this game. For decades, they had been training terrorists on behalf of the Western countries. Of course, he qualified without admitting that they were getting billions of dollars and much of which was siphoned off. So now, where do we stand today? International community, we have mobilized opinion against terrorism. We have created an environment when at every international conference, every international, bilateral, multilateral fora, whenever there is a statement, joint statement, invariably there is a reference to terrorism and determination to fight it out in all its forms and manifestations. But when it comes to the ground realities, everybody gets into the mode of good terrorists and bad terrorists. I don't think we have reached a situation when there would be joint, collaborated, concerted, operations against terrorist camps in Pakistan or elsewhere. The best we can hope and expect is intelligence sharing, real-time intelligence sharing, which is quite useful in its own way. This is our own fight. We have to fight it alone. Having international opinion, international sympathy and support on our side is a bonus. And that's the reason, we have been doing, presenting our case, sharing our, experience with the global players, that we have been briefing them. We briefed them before the operations. We are briefing them after the operations.
Okay.
At the end of the day, today what happened must be, obviously, we have to applaud it. The political will and determination of our government on the one hand, and the execution by our armed forces, supported by the intelligence agencies. But to think that we have eliminated the root cause of terrorism would be a little too much.
Okay,
it's
so
a good beginning. We
this
have to
isn't good
maintain
enough.
the
Perhaps
momentum.
we need a harsher action, and then you also need a follow-up. And I think that's the point that a lot of you, have made. And let's push that point now into the second round of conversation as we also look at what should happen in the next few days. We cannot just give up. The fact that you have picked up these terror camps, you've obliterated these terror camps is still not good enough. Now, Captain Shweta, with all the experience and all the wisdom at your might, what do you think are the three things we continuously need to do if you need to deal with Pakistan and the rogue state?
Deepti, what we are seeing in Operation Sindoor now is a stark evolution, strategic evolution of our perspective towards cross-border terrorism. What we had seen during Uri was only ground attack, it was a surgical strike, only army attacking. That was in 2016. In 2019, what we saw was Balakot, which was only aerial engagement. This is for the first time. After 1971, it is for the first time the scale and depth with which Indian defense forces have acted against terrorism. And the advantage for it is, what we are seeing now is the jointedness of Indian Army and Indian Air Force. So now that we are approaching terrorism with such jointedness, with such synergy, coming times we will obviously see better off and more precision attacks. This time it was very clear. Look at the choice of weaponry which was there. Look at the assurance that there is no collateral damage. Only the targeted terrorist camps were destroyed. Look at the messaging that we have attacked only terrorists and we are not wanting to escalate. This is a de-escalatory measure. So we have made very clear that we are attacking only terrorists. We are attacking terrorists with the jointedness of Army and Air Force, and in coming times, God willing, Navy as well. And certainly, terrorism, what we have attacked is only the headquarters or the major infrastructures of terrorists, but certainly terrorism is not gone. Aapne beehive have honeybee, you have destroyed the beehive, but the honeybees have flown left and right. So they have to be addressed as well. They will be gathering somewhere and you have to address them in coming times. So probably more such attacks will be there. But yes, the precision, the will to eliminate terrorism is brilliant, and that messaging has gone very well, not just to the countrymen, but to the world across, that there is a zero tolerance approach towards terrorism.
Oh yes, and is this also a curtain raiser, Major General Yash Moore, of the things to come?
Yeah, absolutely, Dipti. In fact, what we need to do by this brilliant action last night, what we have done is we have hit the minds of the Pakistan military leadership. Finally, in whether it was 71 or other operations we have done, or Obmake, Siachen, we have to attack the enemy's mind and cause psychological and mental paralysis. I think that is what has happened. They didn't expect India to do this tri-service operation in this manner, this